Everybody, thank you for being here. This workshop for the City of Tampa Redevelopment Agency, is now in session. Councilman Maniscalco.
Thank you very much. It's my pleasure this morning to welcome our friend Sandy Sanchez to give the invocation. She is president of the Armory Garden Civic Association and secretary of the West Tampa Chamber. Sandy, if you'd like to come up, and please stand and remain standing for the invocation and the pledge.
Lord, bless all the participants and attendees at this meeting today. We pray that we receive God's light and courage to enter and understand new levels of creativity that inspire us. Bless us with the spirit, stamina, and boldness to open our minds, share our ideas, and to take new risks. Guide us to listen, understand, and learn so we might make the best decisions in the present and in the future for our communities. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Roll call, please.
Dingfelder.
Here.
Goods.
Here.
Maniscalco.
here.
Vieira.
Here.
Miranda. Carlson. And Citro.
Here. Ladies and gentlemen, Councilman Miranda is not feeling well. He is going to not be here today. Councilmen, this is a workshop. Let's get comfortable. Please, if you want to remove your jackets and your ties, let's just go ahead and do that.
I cannot do that, sir. I cannot do that.
You have to.
I have to look professional at all times.
What time is it?
Well, we can all get comfortable on this one.
I sleep in a suit.
I was going to say that. I'm a lawyer. I sleep in a tie.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
just for the record, I have a 10:30 appointment next door with the mayor, so I'll be stepping out for that meeting. It's a very important meeting.
I totally understand that. Councilman Carlson.
I apologize. I saw the draft agenda last night. I sent an email to staff. What's in the agenda today is not really a strategic planning agenda. It's a kind of loose discussion with. We have 2 or 3 hours that we can discuss this morning, and there's a long presentation, probably an hour, on what a CRA is. And some of the criticism that we or I've gotten in the last couple of months is maybe you don't understand what a CRA is, and I don't need an hour-long lecture. I read 163 twice last night, and I read the Miami grand jury report, and I just wish that we could save time instead of going through a presentation on what the CRA is. I wish we could just go right into strategic planning and maybe do goal setting and maybe talk about legal parameters for the CACs, and the things that we've been talking about that we need to do in a strategic planning workshop.
I'd like to do that, but Chief Bennett has some opening statements, and Ms. Van Loan is also here, and there's somebody else that would like to make opening statements. I'd like to adhere to this, and then if afterwards we want to have more discussion on it. I've also asked Ms. Carol Westmoreland, who is part of the Florida Redevelopment Association, to come down and give us some information on the state's legalities, but I'm having that in the future. So if we could stick to the agenda. What I'd like to do first, if you do not mind, is open the lectern up for public comment at this time. Now, if anybody would like to give public comment, you have 3 minutes to do that. However, as per Mr. Robinson's request, anybody that would like to speak on this workshop can do so at the end of the workshop.
Thank you.
So if anybody would like to speak for public comment at this time.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Question. I see a lot of CAC board members from different associations. Were all the CAC boards notified that we're having this workshop?
Yes, they were. Is anybody here wanting to speak on public comment at this time? Going once? Going twice? Sold. Chief Bennett, you're on.
Good morning, John Bennett, Chief of Staff. I appreciate the tone of the workshop this morning about getting comfortable and really rolling up our sleeves, even if it's virtually, to kind of embellish this exciting day. I've been looking forward to this day for about 45 days. This is day 51 for me in the office, and I think we've accomplished a lot. in the brief amount of time that at least I've been back with the city. I understand some of the sentiments about the opening side of our workshop, but I think, I've taught a lot of classes in different functions, and not everybody enters the room as a black belt. Some people come in with different levels of experience and understanding, and I've heard over and over again in actually in the 2 CRA meetings that I've attended in these chambers, that it's important that we have a baseline understanding based on new council membership, new board membership. The word that stands out to me the most is community in community redevelopment area. Community is so important. I'm glad they're here today. I'm glad they were noticed, but this is something that bubbles up from the community and allows the CRA board to act on those things that are in the best interest of our community. And I think what you'll find during the hard work of staff, and I specifically want to point out Michelle Van Loan and Andrea Zellman are going to be co-facilitators today, along with the CRA managers and support staff, that we want to put everything on the table. This is about your strategic, overarching way of servicing this CRA board for the sake of the community, which is what I opened up with. So we can go as fast or as slow on the technicalities of CRA aspect, the legal part, but once that's over, the forum is really yours about how we put that strategic overlay plan together to facilitate your service level agreement with the city. And I will be, I'm double booked today, so once the facilitation starts, I'm going to jump out to a few meetings, but I want to come back specifically for the discussion about scoping out the director of the CRA projects, if you will, or oversight of the management side, that can work directly with the board to facilitate future CRA movement. But I think you're going to find today is really throttled by you. You're the CRA board. Everything ends here, but it all starts in the community. And I know a lot of you know this already, but I think it's important that when we enter a room like this, we realize that we're not in a vacuum of government. We're talking to the public through our different roles. And I think that's why it's important to have a nice baseline, make sure we all understand, and that can go as fast or as slow as you want it to, and then we can accelerate into that creative space and actually deliver within the scope of CRA laws, rules, procedures, and the agreement, even if the agreement needs to be adjusted, which is fine, we can get this model where you want it to be, and we all start fresh, and we move this thing forward. Hopefully that makes sense.
Thank you, Chief.
All right, with that.
Councilman Carlson.
Again, back to the agenda, I think we have a limited amount of time. I wish we could, if we have to have a remedial program, I wish we could limit it to 5 or 10 minutes. The thing is, if you look at the agenda, the only thing that looks like a strategic plan is the priorities discussion, but there's no discussion of putting together an actual plan, or in particular setting guidelines for the CACs or any of the things that we've discussed up here. So maybe we'll get to those, but my fear is we spend an hour and a half going through the remedial stuff, then we're not going to have time to get to the media, but especially as people have to start leaving.
I would personally like, if I could, Chief, I would personally like to go through this agenda as is, and if we want to make any type of strategic plans or any other type of actions, we do that during a regular CRA meeting. This is just nothing more than a workshop.
No, I think the intention of the workshop, it says strategic planning workshop. So the idea when we set it up was to create a strategic plan. But there's not going to, the way the agenda is set up, there's not going to be a strategic plan at the end of this.
And my position on that is, again, you can throttle through this as fast or as slow as you need to get to the strategic plan portion. But I think it's important everybody starts on the same legal understanding, all of the foundational framework, because if we miss any of that, then we jeopardize the integrity of the program. We want to make sure that the community through the CAC gets to the CRA board in the proper scope. And then from there, we can work on the strategic focus part. And of course, that can be as long or short as you want to as the CRA board.
Councilman Dingfelder.
Mr. Carlson, did you indicate you needed to leave at a certain point?
No, Mike, I think Mr. Good
Somebody
said he was
needed to
going to leave.
Mr. Goods needs to leave. Anybody else?
I have a lunch at 12 that I'm looking at moving for this, but that can be moved.
I'm available until 7 p.m.
with a tie on.
With a time.
My concern is not so much about the time, it's just that there's not a strategic planning agenda here. It's not an agenda that will lead to a plan.
Hold on, Linda. Come back. go to the podium. I wanted to recognize Linda Salcena. I wanted to recognize Linda Salcena, Mr. Chairman, for her many, many, many years of service. How many years? 16?
20.
20.
May I speak for just a moment?
You missed public comment, but it's up to Mr. Chairman.
I thought the public comment was put to the
Go
end.
ahead, Joe.
No, public comment, as per Joseph Robinson's request, we are going to have public comment at the end for this workshop. However,
May I?
Special
Councilman
difference.
Salcino, please, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much,
You're
Mr.
welcome.
Chairman. So, I was thrilled when I understood that you all were having this meeting today because I served for many years as a CRA member, almost 20. And the CRA has very distinct powers that have never, in my opinion, been fully utilized. I encourage you so much to feel the extent to which you are able, as the CRA board, to shape the direction of the communities that you have power to work with the citizens in developing the boundaries of CRA opportunities. And I'm telling you, for years, for decades, I was thwarted by an attorney who denied that we had that ability. But I've spoken to other communities. I know that you all, as a CRA board, have the ability to select staff, to determine priorities, to move ahead, to chat with your constituents about the opportunities that you can realize and that they need. And I am here today really as a cheerleader. So thank you for the time. I really am thrilled that you're taking the time to understand the breadth of your powers. And I encourage you to move forward expeditiously. If I can ever be helpful as institutional memory, I am really happy to provide that. I went through my notes this weekend to see what I could find, but unfortunately, many of the years I served on council were pre-computer, hard to fathom, and so I don't have the records. But I know that I encourage my colleagues to do exactly what you're doing now. Thank you for your leadership and your service.
Mr. Chairman?
Thank you.
Yes, Councilman
Ms.
Goode.
Salcina, thank you for the work you did to institute this program. I've been to other cities where they have CRAs and other conferences, and they operate a little bit different. And you are right. The CR board has the power and should be engaging with the community and making those suggestions to shape, along with the CAC board members that we select. But when I go to other cities and other conferences, I notice the CRA boards, they shape the direction they want to go and the staff. And I just came back from a conference, and you are right. It's not just the CAC board making recommendations. It is the CRA board members who are out there engaging the community and bringing those suggestions back to the board at large to make decisions on communities. You are right.
Yes.
Councilman Maniscalco.
When I was chairman of the CRA board for 2 years, several people kept telling me, you don't realize the power you have. You don't realize the power you have, more so than the chairman of the regular board. And I said, but it's the chairman of the regular board. He says, no, because you're separate. You have your own attorney. You have your own staff. You know, the mayor can't thwart something because you have your board members and you're, unique in that situation. And I think, and what you said at the beginning was correct. You know, you had someone, an attorney at the time, that would not tell you, the extent of your authority as a CRA board. And I think, with this workshop today, it opens that conversation so we realize, what we can and can't do and at what level. So thank you for that. And thank you for your many years of service. I've always admired you and everything you've done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Just briefly, it's always a pleasure to hear from you. I mean, you're one of our very distinguished former members here, and I know Councilman Dingfelder always sings your praises. I think you've probably mentioned her maybe 4 or 5 times in the last couple of months, so it's just a pleasure to hear from you. Thank you.
Anyone else? Councilman Dingfelder.
Yeah, thank you, Linda, and it's great to see you, and we always welcome your comments. Mr. Chairman, in regard to this procedural issue, Councilman Goode.
Can we discuss that in 1 second and let Ms. Salcina either stay at the podium or?
Oh, yeah, I think she's done.
Then may I have a comment? Thank you very much, Mr. Dingfelder. Ms. Salcina, thank you for what you helped start with the CRAs in this city. My 8 years of working with the YCDC, I've seen the great things that can be done with CRAs and how the communities can be helped by taking these monies and redeveloping these areas. I want to thank you personally for being a part of this, starting this, and making sure that the City of Tampa CRA is working well above and beyond what the state requirements are. We
That
have
would be
been
great.
way ahead of the pack. And even before the state started looking down on CRAs, we were there fulfilling their wants and their needs. So I thank you for establishing this CRA and all the CRAs in the City of Tampa. Thank you, Councilwoman.
You're welcome.
Anyone else? Councilman Dingfelder.
Thank you, Lynn. Anyway, procedurally, since Councilman Goods has a prior commitment at 10 something. Yeah, I mean, I'm a little concerned about us losing momentum on the real issue that we're here about, which is the strategic planning part of it, which is kind of unprecedented. As Mr. Carlson said, I would support flipping it and talking about the thing, and then having sort of the primer course afterwards. I know it seems like the cart before the horse and that sort of thing, but I think we're all pretty well informed on those other issues. So.
Ms. Van Loan.
Michelle Van Loan, Economic and Urban Development. Good morning, gentlemen. I do believe our CRA attorney wanted to make an opening statement also, but first and foremost, I want to promise all of you, I have absolutely no intention of talking to you for anywhere near an hour. When this was brought up at our October 10th meeting, it was requested that we provide you background information so that we were not submitting to you multiple documents, handouts, and backgrounds. We put all the information in the PowerPoint. I will not be reading every bullet in this PowerPoint. We just want to hit the highlights and make sure that none of you have questions as we move forward. So we are not expecting to present to you a Boot Camp 101. We are just providing you an overview to help set the stage, set the context, get specifically into our community redevelopment plans, and then open the floor to you.
Ms. Zolman, if I may just have 1 second. Ms. Burton, did you want to speak public comment? We had already opened and closed public comments, but however, I know that you are always the voice, and I can give you 3 minutes for public comment. Now, I must tell you that concerning this workshop, there is going to be public comment after the workshop, but please, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you so much. Good morning. I'm looking forward to a full, robust discussion around this CRA workshop. And what I would be looking for is the focusing on East Tampa. It has been since 2009 that we have had an updated strategic plan. We are still working off the 2009 plan with staff being the conductor. I can tell you that we have watched a lot of social engineering occurring in East Tampa, and what I'm constantly hearing is that why we don't see systematic changes. What we're witnessing in East Tampa, unlike what some people might come and report to you, is that we feel like we are toting the water for the city's initiatives. What the city wants to see happen with the money that is coming to this community. The community have all type of creative ideas in terms of innovative solutions as to how we can get economic development on the ground, how we can change the high unemployment that we see in our city, how we can create a housing model that people that's working minimal jobs will be able to move forward. We do not want to see the continuation of social engineering. We will hope that this board, and when I say that, I'm talking about we are using monies inside of our CRA to support, say, staff from the police department at almost $100,000. I am talking about having a CRA manager for the last 15 years, and when you go back and look at East Tampa, you don't see no considerable change. We want to see real change that we can offer something back to our community. And with that, I would say in our community, we are saying take a clean broom and sweep hard so we can see within the next 15 years of development with the CRA that East Tampa will have considerable changes, and that the community will not be forced out because we no longer are able to live there. That's what we're looking for. We're hoping that you have enough courage to utilize your staff and your attorney to say this is the direction that this East Tampa CRA need to be moving in so we can see a full lift. Thank you.
Ms. Burton, could you please state your name for the record?
Sorry, Connie Burton.
Thank you. Ms. Zellman.
Yeah, what I wanted to remind everyone, the board as well as the public, is CRAs are a creation of the Florida statutes. And everything the CRA board does must be consistent with the Florida statutes. And I'm going to jump ahead. I gave you a long, 3-page summary of takeaways from the Miami-Dade grand jury report, which a lot of people bring up, and I appreciate Councilman Carlson, or Board Member Carlson, for providing me with a copy. I want to talk very briefly. A lot of people point to that report and say, well, this showed that CRAs are bad. If you read the report, that's not at all what they were saying. They were applauding the ability of CRAs to do what Ms. Salcena referred to really change communities. What the grand jury report was critical of was CRAs, particularly in South Florida, that had been historically mismanaged. They came up with a long list of recommendations, many of which were adopted by the Florida legislature this year. And I've cited those in this summary, and I've pointed out that most of the recommendations or most of the new requirements in the statutes are things our CRAs were already doing. So we got a good report card if you look at it that way. But the important point is, again, the grand jury wasn't recommending doing away with CRAs. They were recommending managing them better. The themes that came out of the grand jury report and the 2019 legislation are transparency and accountability. Our staff will be required to put a lot more detail or to reformat the reports they're already doing to comply with the statute, but that's probably the number one theme. The number two theme, I would say, is no monies can be spent on things that are not authorized by the statute. The statute is very clear on what you can spend TIF funds on and what you can't spend TIF funds on. And I think if you just keep in mind of why CRAs are created, they're created to eliminate slum blight and promote affordable housing, the availability of affordable housing. That's what you want to tie your TIF expenditures to. The other thing, which I know we say this over and over again, but it bears repeating, you can't spend TIF funds on something that isn't already in the community redevelopment plan. Each CRA has a community redevelopment plan. You can't go outside those parameters. Another takeaway from the grand jury report is there's got to be more of a focus on affordable housing. That's in the statute, it's in the grand jury report, and that's something that unfortunately, particularly in the Miami-Dade area that they were citing in the grand jury report, was neglected. But we too need to increase our efforts to promote that. One final takeaway is the 2019 statute requires that every CRA board member get 4 hours of ethics training. You all, because you're city council members, were already required to do that. I know Marty's been trying to schedule it. Please be sure that you all get that training. And one final comment I want to make, because someone brought up the CACs. The CACs are not a creation of the statute. The CACs are something that the City of Tampa CRA decided to do a while ago to include citizen involvement in the CRAs, which, by the way, is something the grand jury in Miami-Dade also recommended. They actually recommended putting citizens on boards, which, again, the legislature doesn't require. But the point is the city CRA created the Citizens Advisory Committees in order to get citizen input on what CRA funds are spent on. So, again, the city was ahead of its time in creating those and requiring those. And with that, I'll let Michelle quickly
Councilman Carlson.
make some points.
I-
I'm sorry.
Hey, thank you for the summary. Since I think I'm the first one that circulated the Miami Grand Jury report, I just want to be clear on why I did it. I didn't do it to criticize any of the processes of Tampa. It sounds like from a process point of view, we were fine. I also didn't circulate it to justify why CRAs are bad. I think they're bad for other reasons, taxpayer subsidized gentrification and other things. But the point that I was trying to make in circulating it, and if you look at Section 163, is that it's not all focused on real estate development. And in particular, it's not all focused on subsidizing developers. And in particular, a point you just mentioned is the one that I really wanted to mention with the grand jury, and also looking at 163, which is housing. Really, downtown did a little bit of housing. East Tampa does a little bit of housing, but besides that, we're not focused on housing at all. We have a housing crisis in Tampa. And we have $33 million or whatever a year. So if we're going to have these, instead of just subsidizing real estate development, we ought to look at solving some of the social problems. And if the solution is a building that is for housing, great, or it could be other purposes. There's lots of things in 163 that besides just subsidizing developers, and I guess we'll go through that later. But I want to look at all the possibilities of things that we can pay for. And then figure out what the consensus is of the group so that we can narrow down the scope and then give the CACs some parameters within which to make decisions.
Thank you. Ms. Van Loan, I'm sorry, Chief, do you have one?
I do. I'd like to, before I step out to the next meeting and before Michelle gets started, I just want to put a little framework that has worked for me for 35 years together. Anytime we do a strategic workshop and we mold that to either the statutory requirements, the request of the CAC, it always comes down to execution. And we need to look at the vehicles that we have to execute the plan that is the communities to start with and ends up in front of you as the CRA board. And I've always found it comes down to four things. The first thing is the people. If we don't have the consensus of the people, which is the community, to get what they need, no matter what community we're in, we're starting out missing one of the biggest cornerstones there is, because it affects the community every day. The second thing is the personnel. We need our staff to be able to execute the plan of the community, the CAC, the CRA board, to deliver those things to the community. We need the policymakers, which is the third P. And then lastly, we need the partnerships, because without partners, we're limited in what we can do. And so today, as you go through this, I would ask you to think about those four cornerstones and make sure that everything we do today has a vehicle for execution. I don't think many of us were here when the CRPs were developed, and now we have a chance through not only those, but the strategic action plans that are coming up for RFP. We've heard Councilman Dingfelder talk about seeing the RFPs ahead of time. We've heard about Councilman Carlson and others, and even this weekend talking about affordable housing. This is a chance to be difference makers for all of us, for the sake of the community. I wish you well during the opening part, but I think every strategy starts with a point in time, and I think that's what Michelle is going to deliver now, and then we can build to your specs after she's done. That's it.
Thank you, Chief. Michelle?
Good morning again. I am starting officially at 9:30 versus on my cell phone. So if we can have the PowerPoint. We'll skip all the pretty stuff. So the point of this slide is basically to tie it back that blight is technically defined by 163. And in order to establish a CRA, we had to prove that the communities that we put the CRAs in and established met the criteria of the state statute for having the items listed as slum and blight. Reasons to revitalize, again, most of this comes straight out of 163 and covers most of the types of activities that we discussed. Safety, infrastructure, improving our tax base, our streetscapes, retaining and recruiting businesses. Again, if anyone has questions when you went through this, just let me know and just stop me. Otherwise, I've got about 90 seconds to get through this. So what is redevelopment? The most important points from this slide is it is defined. Redevelopment is technically defined by 163. Redevelopment is what is in your community redevelopment plans. You are going to hear us and throughout the PowerPoint hammer in that theme, community redevelopment plan, also known as our CRP, because it gets rather monotonous saying that all the time. And then once you have it in your CRP, it is those activities that you choose to fund through the CAC recommendations and then by adoption by this board every year. The assumption behind a CRA, and sometimes that kind of gets lost, is that we are investing in an area to be able to increase the property values, thereby increasing the TIF to then reinvest in the community. And it's a cycle. So how does it work? And you have to give me one graphic here or else you get really bored with all the bullet points. We invest in our community with our TIF dollars. That helps grow the tax base. And then it helps with your investments and investing in your community. So we start to water our CRA, we start investing in our community, we start to get a healthy community, we start to see signs of good growth. Unfortunately, we run into sometimes economies that aren't always most favorable, and our healthy community may slack a little bit, it may stagnate. Eventually we come out of it, our communities then get healthier, we get much healthier communities, we see these pockets, the pockets expand. We start to see the growth of businesses and housing and our community and quality of life. If we are good at our jobs, we work ourselves out of business, and that's the biggest point. Once we bring our communities up, we no longer are needed, and we end up with the kind of communities that were envisioned by our community redevelopment plan. Okay, did you like the graphic?
Yeah.
All right, so what do our citizens gain by having a CRA covering where they live? They, public input all along from the very beginning, both by the City of Tampa's process and by the state, their public input is built into the process. It's transparent for our dollars. Our budgets are out there. They're on the website. They are first recommended by the CACs. We bring them to our communities. There's a big question, and I think that sometimes gets missed, is before the CRAs existed, there was an imbalance in the demand of services. If you have higher crime, if you have slum and bite, if you have code enforcement issues, there is a bigger demand for city services to address these communities. A CRA comes in to invest, bring up these issues, help remediate these issues, and therefore correct that imbalance in demand of city services. We also then help create that sustainable tax base. Regularly it gets commented that the CRAs are a drain on the regular city budget and general revenue. Before the CRAs existed, the investment in our CRA communities was minimal or almost negative. We were seeing flight from our CRA communities. By investing in our CRAs through the CRA and the TIF funds, we are thereby able to bring these communities up to what is considered the standard across the city. So we're bringing them up, not taking away from the rest of the city. And sorry, that's a little bit of my opinion there, but that's the point behind CRAs and what we do.
Surely, if you would like to take that time, go right ahead, Mr. Carlson, Councilman Carlson.
I mean, imagine if we set up we can't, but if we set up a CRA in Hyde Park and the money could not be used in the rest of the city, and then I mean, that's one thing. But the other thing is that if, let's say, make a simple model, let's say a CRA has $5 million in it, and then 5 years from now it has $10 million in it. The $5 million is going into the general fund to pay for basic services, half of it to police and fire. The other $5 million is kept in that district to be spent how the board or CIC recommends it be spent. That means that where another neighborhood nearby is paying the full $10 million into general fund, that community is only paying $5 million in. And so who's making up the difference in the rest of the services? The rest of the neighborhoods throughout the city. And so you disagree with that?
I would just have a different take on it. Until we started investing in our CRAs, there wasn't much of a tax base to spread across the entire city. And you still maintained the original tax base that was there when the CRAs were created. So the whole point is, how do you get that tax base to increase? And we do it through investment, because the CRAs were established because it was not happening by itself through the public sector or the city investment in these areas prior to the establishment of the CRAs.
But the law sets the floor at whatever it is at the low rate. So at the rate where there's almost no taxes going in, that's where the floor is set, and then everything above that stays in that district. The other thing, going back to your model about investing in the community and then the taxes go up, the way CRAs are set up is that it's about increasing real estate taxes. And so the way you increase real estate taxes is that you invest in things that increase real estate values, or you get somebody to build in the area. And by building sidewalks and some of the basic things, you don't ramp up the building as much as if you invest in real estate projects, which provides a perverse incentive for communities to invest in real estate projects to make that go up, and then the money is spent to subsidize real estate projects, which is what I object to. I don't object to CRAs in general if they're used the right way. I just want to make sure that we're not using them to push gentrification or subsidize real estate projects. We need to be using them in every way we can to redevelop community. And the thing about other communities subsidizing is not a justification for getting rid of them. And it's that I think we have a higher threshold for how we should spend the money. If the other communities, if the rest of the city is going to subsidize a CRA area, and in some areas it is justified, some areas I don't think it is. Some areas don't have slum and blight anymore. But the areas with slum and blight that have housing issues, we do need to subsidize. I think there are other mechanisms for doing it, but if we're going to have the rest of the city subsidize that area, then we need to set a higher standard and be very focused on getting results, which is why I thought we should have this strategic planning workshop. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Carlson. Anybody else want to add to that?
I'll say something, if I may.
Please, go right ahead. I'll
I
save mine till the end.
Thank you, and I appreciate that, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate my friend and colleague, Councilman Carlson's remarks. I look at CRAs a different way, and I'm kind of unique in this regard, in that guess how many CRAs are in my district? 0. But I strongly support CRAs. I do, because, and they're not perfect. Everybody knows that. But I think that with CRAs, the idea we got to do is to, as I remember, was it President Bill Clinton that said this about a different issue? Mend it, not end it. In other words, are there fixes that need to be made? Yes, absolutely. But when I take a look at some of the areas that are under CRAs, areas like East Tampa, areas like Ybor City, et cetera, these are areas that should be subsidized at a disproportionate rate. And I have no problem with areas that are not within that CRA subsidizing that area that is within that CRA, because I think that's the right thing to do, because we're dealing with areas that have been disproportionately ignored, maligned historically, and I think that we do have a duty. Now, the issue that we can, I think, all unite on is how do we improve services within those ignored areas so that we can fulfill what the mission of CRAs really should be in that regard. But CRAs, as done within the city of Tampa, I'm a strong supporter, and again, within my district, there are no CRAs, and that's a whole different issue. But I do support CRAs because I think that they certainly take areas that are very, very ignored and lead to development. And again, I don't look at it as if one area subsidizes another. That's one way you can take a look at it. But I look at it that areas that have been ignored are getting robust attention. That's kind of how I look at it.
Councilman Goods.
Well, I can agree with some of the things Mr. Carlson was saying, and I too thought it would be more of a strategic planning type effort today. When I look at CRAs, and I sat on the CAC board, so I had a chance to have a little insight on CRAs. And when I look at other CRAs, how they operate, and how my own East Tampa, which I have all the CRAs but one. But when I look at how everyone's operating, I look at the community leaders that are on the particular CAC board. When East Tampa first started, you had very strong leaders when East Tampa first got that CRA was taking off. Through the years, they pass on, or they have other agendas to move on, and we try to get people from the community to get on there, and a lot of them are not interested. And the ones you get on the board, they don't really know about city government. They don't really know a lot about economic development, infrastructure, and it tends to slow the board down. You don't get that consistent quorums to thrive and move. And that's why I always say when I got on the board, a lot of times there were no quorums sometimes. You're sitting there and trying to get ideas, but you can't move things forward to get to the CRA board because you can't have a vote. And I just think that when we're looking at appointing people, we've got to have a little stronger, I think, criteria to make sure that they're going to be committed to the cause. Sometimes people say, I want to help, but or push to get on a board, but yet they don't show up, and we're not sturdy on saying you've missed 2 or 3 meetings. We have to remove you because you're not being consistent to what your commitment was. And I think that's some of the problem with East Tampa, that we have to have committed people and make sure that when people are not showing up to show out, then the CRA board or that manager has to show out to let us know so we can remove people so we can make sure the job is getting done. And that's what I find with East Tampa. I think you need a little bit more staff over there. I think you need more training with the people that are coming onto the board so they'll know what their job is to help foster the development of East Tampa. When I look at eBoard has a lot of people who know about economic development, they know about infrastructure, they know a lot of different things. And we may need to set some certain criteria for in the future for East Tampa to say, we need a person who knows about economic development, who knows about real estate, who knows about this, who knows about that. When I look at Channel Side, Channel 5 has folks on that board who know about development. You have developers on that board. So I think we have to look at how we mold the board to make it move. And we have to make sure that we have an evaluation of these CRAs, each individual CRAs, and the staff to make sure that we're in the right direction, and the staff is making sure that the aggressiveness of the board and of the community is moving. So that's my take on the CRAs. They're needed, but I think there has to be more training and education, especially in some of those CRAs that are not thriving, to make sure they understand what the standard is and where we need to go. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Councilman
Thank
Dingfelder.
you, Mr. Chairman. Looks like we're all sort of making our opening statements, so that's it. Bill, I think you've made those points before, and I think they're good points. I think that over the years, different mayors and councils, but I'll say mayors because the mayors controlled the CRAs in the past. That's changing. Use the CRAs for different reasons, and I think the first one was the downtown CRA, and basically to build the convention center. I think that's the history I understand. And I've said this in the past, and I'll probably keep saying it again. I don't think we can look at all the CRAs as one. They are each one of them are so unique, and I think your comments are extremely valid related to certain CRAs, and I won't go into which ones necessarily, but more like the downtown, the Channel Side, that sort of thing, CRAs. But I think when you get out into East Tampa and West Tampa, I think there's a whole different mission going on and a whole different purpose, and I think we just have to be very careful to not do that broad brush. And kind of throw out the baby with the bathwater. The other thing I wanted to stress was, and I think Chief Bennett has alluded to this in the past, is the strategic action plans. I haven't looked at them in a long time. I'm just now kind of reacquainting myself with the various plans. Some of them are really, Michelle, they're pretty old, and we're in the process of updating them. Frankly, I think it'd be great if you could gather all of them up, at least digitally, and get them to us, so in our leisure time we can go through them without having to find them separately, and really dig into those strategic plans, because as Ms. Zellman indicated, those are the individual little Bibles that we need to go, that we need to use, that we need to go by. That's what the statute says. That's what the grand jury report confirmed. So if those strategic plans need updating, let's update them. If they need modifying, and I think we have the right to modify them probably at about any time, I would assume, then let's modify them. But let's just make sure we're on track with those plans too, because that would be a very tempting place for us to stub our toes and then catch more grief from the legislature, and we don't need to do that. So, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I will save my comments to the end. Ms. Van Loan, please proceed.
Okay, if we can go back to the PowerPoint. I just want to, because this came up, and this is part of why we are here as staff participating in this workshop, is that there are two different terms we really need to understand: Community Redevelopment Plan, CRP, and Strategic Action Plan. Community Redevelopment Plan is what is required by state statute. That is what sets your goals for your individual CRAs. That is was adopted by both the City Council, your Community Redevelopment Agency, and the county, and then sent to the state. Your strategic action plans are just that. They are the action plan for how you implement. They set your priorities for implementing your community redevelopment plan. So it is our CRPs that are that base document, and we'll talk about them in detail so you have that executive summary, and I can send you as many copies of whatever you want that you want to spend your nights trying to fall asleep to. So if we get back to the PowerPoint real quick, so what do residents gain? And we do mention sidewalks. Why are sidewalks important in a CRA? Before we did 22nd Street, on North 22nd Street, just before you get to MLK, on the east side of the street where the cemetery is, that's where the bus stop was. And you would see mothers pushing babies on strollers on a dirt incline because there were no sidewalks for that area. So when you do include sidewalks or upgrade your streets or create those bike lanes for a heavily pedestrian and bicycle-based community, as you all talked about in your workshop last week, all of those kind of services are vitally important to the quality of life to those residents, to who wants to live there, and who gets to live there safely and with a good quality of life. So that's what our residents, and the bottom line, they get out of our investments in the CRA. For the private sector, the bottom line is they get consistency and predictability. The private sector does not like to invest where they feel like an area is volatile, unpredictable, unstable. So by government saying we're willing to invest in our area, we send signals and we set the stage for private development to feel comfortable to come in and invest in our areas. So this is a basic diagram of how we establish CRAs. Again, it's being included so that we understand what that order is and what the controlling documents are. Again, you had to identify a geographic area, which happened through a lot of discussion with the county and the community. We validate those blight conditions that were established by 163, and we adopt a CRA, a community redevelopment plan. That plan was developed with your community to identify what the issues, weaknesses in their community, and what vision they had. What did they want for themselves? You then had your CRA agency, you established your TIF, and behind the teleprompter is that then your responsibility with the TIF is to implement your community redevelopment plans. In the city of Tampa, our model is that everything came from the community to establish the CRAs, and by policy, the CRA board established community advisory committees to act as that formal process whereby you get input from the community up to the CRA agency. The role of the community advisory committees, the main points are that they represent their community interests, they participate in the annual TIF recommendation process, and they recommend the programs and initiatives that help implement their community redevelopment plans. The main role of City Council was in establishing and adopting all the ordinances that created your CRA areas. The role of the CRA board, you are to carry out and implement your community redevelopment plans. Again, this comes right from 163. Your annual budget that gets adopted every year after input from your CACs, and then identifying and you approve all the programming and priorities. And then it goes into the more details of how that happens. As Councilman Dingfelder said, I'll use the word playbook, your community redevelopment plan. That is your playbook. It is what establishes what you can and can't do out there on the field. What plays should you be running under what circumstances? They're meant to be flexible because you can't always anticipate market conditions like we experienced again with the recession. And also, as you grow, there are going to be outside forces that also interact from the private sector. They're going to affect your community and what you need over the years. It is meant to be all-inclusive. The biggest thing that Andrea mentioned, and we can't stress enough, if it is not in these community redevelopment plans for that specific CRA, it can't be done. And if you want it to be done, then there is a process for updating and amending your community redevelopment plan. To emphasize what I just said, the legislature thinks this is very important for you to go back to your community redevelopment plan. House Bill 9 added 2 provisions that Andrea pointed out reporting in her handout. One is that our annual activity reports, those glossy long ones that we hand out to you every year, we now have to add a section that summarizes how have we to date achieved the goals of our community redevelopment plans. And secondly, when we turn in our draft budgets to you in the summer of 2020, every line item is going to now have to go back and reference the page number from our community redevelopment plan. So we can't emphasize enough, not from us, that the state legislature is trying to make you stay within and really emphasizing you need to stay within your lane on the playbook of your community redevelopment plan. And I'll turn it over to Andrea. I didn't do too bad, did I? Did I talk too fast?
And again, oh, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Excuse me, Miss Andrea, please. Councilman Dingfeld.
Just very quickly, just while we hit something, otherwise I'll forget it.
Okay.
Next summer, or whenever we really get to this compliance period, I would suggest that we put together, that we go over and above board and put together a really big packet of how compliant we are, how compliant we've been, and how compliant we are, and send it to that committee, and to that committee, the committee chair, whoever that is in Tallahassee, and then that way they can see an agency that is truly, on board. And in many cases, it looks like we've been on board, but, you get my point, is that, that way they can have something tangible in their hands to say, okay, this is working, it's working the way we think it should, and here's the city of Tampa doing it right. So just a thought.
And we can share with you, we did during the session for the legislature when they were looking at getting rid of a lot and making it just focused on community policing and clearing of land and affordable housing, we did provide a summary of what the TIF had accomplished in East Tampa, and I'm happy to share with that also, that we sent out to our delegates.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Zone.
Yes, I'll be quick. You can see on the slide that says trust fund expenditures. What we've done there is taken right out of the statute. The statute has a very specific list of what you can spend TIF funds on. In 2019, the statute used to say including but not limited to, and in 2019 they took those words out. So the legislature made it very clear, if it's not on this list, you can't spend TIF funds on it. The last item on the list directs you to another statutory section, 163.370, where, again, we've included the list right out of the statute. Michelle summarized these for you. These are the type of things that under the statute you're authorized to spend TIF funds on, and for the sake of time, I'm not going to read each one, but you can see they're largely brick and mortar type projects. They're largely things, or they're wholly things, again, designed to eliminate slum blight and promote affordable housing. The page that's entitled "The following projects may not be paid for by TIF," you can see that's a list. Anything that's not in the plan, I know we keep saying that, but we've got to keep saying that. You're not supposed to be, the next bullet points are basically TIFs aren't supposed to be, or CRAs aren't supposed to be using TIF funds to pay for things that the city of Tampa would otherwise pay for. So for instance, things that are already in the city's CIP, you don't use TIF dollars for. You don't use TIF funds for police or fire, with the exception of community policing projects, which are specifically recognized by the statute. Again, you're not supposed to be using TIF funds for general operating expenses that are unrelated to planning and carrying out your community redevelopment plans. So as the next slide says, the bottom line, what's not allowed by the statute is something that's not in your community redevelopment plan and not within the CRA district boundary, and of course not authorized by statute. But the point being, even if the statute authorizes it, it's got to be in your plan before you can spend TIF funds on it. And it goes without saying, you can't spend TIF funds on projects outside of the community redevelopment boundary. So the top things to remember, what you can use TIP money on, something in the plan. Something in the plan must be within the district. It can't be within the city or county CIP budget. It can't be something the city that would not have done anyway. It can't be something that constitutes a giveaway. It can be spent on, or I'm sorry, these are things that you can spend money on. Anything that does not constitute a giveaway, and anything tangible that improves the look of the district in order to eliminate, again, slum blight and promote affordable housing. And I already jumped ahead and gave you the lessons learned from the report, so you don't have to hear them again. Thank you.
Yes, Councilman Carlson.
First, Ms. Van Loan, thank you for your time. Although I disagree with a lot of things about CRAs, I appreciate your help. She was working yesterday. I emailed and she responded to me right away, and she also met with me last week to give me a lot of information. She not only knows about CRAs, but she knows a lot of history about these CRAs, so thank you, and thank you for keeping it short. Ms. Zellman, could you go back to that slide about what we can do, please? It's confusing going between the statute and lists like this. She talked about bike lanes and sidewalks. Where is that on this list?
If you look at
Go back to the TIF list. I like it that I think sidewalks and bicycle lanes are a good investment for CRAs, by the way, but I'm just curious, where does it say that we can do that?
It says, okay, if you look at 163.387, parent 6, it has a list, but then it's catch-all. At the bottom of the list, expenses that are necessary to exercise the powers granted under 163.370. So then you go to 163.370, parens 2C, and they do talk about things like streets, parks, playgrounds, public areas.
Yeah, these are the things. These are the things that I know we're doing a little bit of in this year, but these are the things that I think we have to focus on more. But the other thing is, you said, so I see on here also in 163. Anyway, one of the things they talk about is parking facilities. Do you have that on your list too? I don't see it. So parking facilities are allowed or not?
Yeah, I believe they're specifically
It says it on
in
the statute.
370 parens 2C, which is a more comprehensive list.
And then in the statute also it talks about alleviating traffic problems. What are we allowed to spend money on in traffic?
we can.
Ms. Van Loan, please, go ahead and rebuttal.
Sorry, go ahead.
There are several things that regarding traffic, it's sort of a catch-all, so we've done traffic calming, where it is in front of schools or community centers and residential neighborhoods. Traffic has also capacity. Traffic is sometimes safety, where we put in new traffic signals or things like that, because it is a high-prone accident area. So traffic can be any of those types of improvements, and traffic can also be affected by the infrastructure. Again, do you change a roundabout where you have offset streets? Mm-hmm. So traffic and infrastructure can go hand in hand.
Just one last question, clarifying question. The statute also talks about disease and health. Is the implication there that changing the physical structure will alleviate that, or are there other services that we can? In St. Pete, I'm told that they've somehow found a way to offer certain social services through the CRAs. I don't know. I don't have a legal opinion from them, but
a couple of things. One, when you, like in East Tampa, before the CRA was established, in establishing the CRA, we had 29 illegal chronic dump sites that were a primary focus, and all of them were listed as part of our community redevelopment plan in the appendix. When you have dilapidated buildings, when you have these dump sites, you get vermin and you get bugs and you get overgrowth, and that has an effect not just on the aesthetics of the community, but what it attracts and then how that affects on neighbors.
Does the statute though just relate to physical structures, or are we allowed to provide social services for health and disease prevention also? It seems to be vague in the.
It's very vague, and again, this is where it has to go back to your community redevelopment plans. Most of the redevelopment plans did not have a heavy emphasis on social services. At the time the role of the county was to provide most of the social services, whereas the city had a different role in that. So it is the county that handled the Lee Davis Center and some of the health centers and those social services, including the initiatives with the homeless and so forth.
Like an example, getting rid of the rats in Fair Oaks Community Center, are we allowed to spend CRA money on that, or does that have to be in the CRP?
I would defer to our attorney, but I would say that that would be a maintenance and general maintenance of city facilities, which is a very touchy and usually 99.9% of a no-no with CRA dollars.
And let me just, to follow up, on 163.370 parens 2C, which is the part of, well, actually all of 370 lists the powers of the CRA. The slide that lists the things that you can spend money on summarized what's in the statute. The statute goes into a lot more detail, but Michelle didn't want to clog up the PowerPoint with just wholesale copy, cut and paste of the statute. But if you look at 163.372C number 3, that's where it specifically references, for example, parking garages, what you asked about.
What I think would be helpful, we can talk about this later, but what I think would be helpful in a planning exercise is to take the buckets of things that the CRA can spend money on and maybe get us to help prioritize those things. Like I would put affordable housing as number 1. And that kind of flips it from what's being done now. But if we could somehow, I think that's part of your priorities conversation, but if we could at least get prioritization of those buckets, that's a start.
And we certainly will.
Ms. Fenelon, would you like to continue?
Thank you. And we're getting to your discussion point very soon. So that, as you know, is your map of the city of Tampa. This is where our CRAs sit in relation to the size and location within the city of Tampa. And there are all your CRAs blown up. We just had to break it up and I needed a graphic. So here, I just wanted to have it. Again, this is for your reference so that you have these. This is our current expiration dates. You can see the first four did get updated back in 2015, so they were extended to 2043 as part of our negotiations with the county when we also added West Tampa. You can see the original ones. We had a whole bunch in 2004 that were established, and they will expire in 2034. Central Park was created a couple years later. It will expire in 2036. And again, West Tampa was just established in 2015, and so it will expire in 2043. CRA revenue at the top, these are two separate graphics, I just combined them. Just for FY20, the city of Tampa will be paying into the tips $25 million. The county and the port will be putting in approximately $8.3 million. So for every dollar invested by the CRAs, 25% of that is coming from the county and port. Now that's across the entire CRAs. For individual CRAs, not counting downtown and Channelside, or just downtown? Just downtown. The county, when we renegotiated in 2015, the county is no longer contributing to the downtown CRA, which on average skews the contribution that they're making. So it would be much higher if we looked at all CRAs without including downtown. In its place of contributing to the CRA, the county is contributing to improvements at our convention center and in downtown. So they're doing direct payments instead of through the CRA TIF. But this is what your numbers look like. The chart on the bottom, we hear a lot of comparisons of East Tampa and Channel District. I wanted you to have this. If you looked at the history of our CRAs, I only went back to 2006. Some of them obviously have been going back since '83, but this is when we had almost all of them, is in 2006. If you looked at revenue divided by the size, how many acres are in each CRA, you can see that East Tampa is averaging about $501 per acre investment compared to the others, and we're only above Central Park by about $150 per acre. So when you talk about the difference an investment can make, if you're looking at Ybor and they're able to invest $4,500 per acre, they can have a lot greater impact than when you're looking at the 4,000 acres of East Tampa. So this is also just something to keep in mind. We have a lot bigger area in East Tampa. East Tampa, the second largest CRA after East Tampa is Drew Park, and Drew Park is about 20% the size of East Tampa. So just trying to help put things in perspective a little, that you've got that information. All right, for your CRP goals overview, I get to talk for just a couple more minutes, and then it will be all my taking notes of everything that you say. So in front of you, you have this chart, and what we have done with this chart is we have taken the community redevelopment plans from every CRA, and we have put it into the buckets. So as you can see, the first 5, let me get my notes a second. The first 5, every CRA has those within its community redevelopment plan. The next 6, 7 of the CRAs have that. So for affordable housing, you'll see that Tampa Heights is the only one that did not reference affordable housing in its community redevelopment plan. So what that means is if you wanted to focus and do any kind of incentives or leverage to spend TIF funds towards affordable housing, we would have to amend the community redevelopment plan in Tampa Heights. The next 4, 6 of the CRAs had those buckets. And again, as you go through, then it was 5, 4, and the bottom one were just 1, 2, or 3 CRAs touched on those. So this gives you an idea when you start to prioritize and talk about what your priorities are. Your priorities have to fall underneath these categories. These categories are broad. So when we talk about affordable housing new, which is the first one in the second section, that's all new housing. So this is affordable housing that is new. This is mixed rate housing. This is mixed type of housing. Some of the CRAs said that we need single family homes, we need apartments, we need different types of housing. And then you see rehabilitation of existing housing in the second from the bottom, which are covered by 4 CRAs.
Mr. Chairman?
Councilman Dick Felder.
Question. I think Mr. Carlson has raised an interesting point in regard to prioritizing, and I know that this is just a general overview of what's in there. This is very valuable. It's kind of interesting, but I won't go into the micro part of this. But as a general question, if we prioritize, we're not going to run afoul of my guess is we're not going to run afoul of the statute as it exists today if we don't hit those priorities, right? I mean, we have the ability to sort of internally prioritize. Maybe it's a separate document or a separate plan, a priority plan perhaps. And then we would leave the plan itself very broad, and then we could do a priority plan where we could create priorities within each one of the districts or something like that. But I don't think we'd run afoul with the statute, do you? Or Ms. Zellman, either way. 2
things. No, you don't.
Yeah.
As long as you're doing what's in your community redevelopment plan, but you are not required to do everything. And obviously on a year-to-year basis, you cannot do everything that is listed in the community redevelopment plan. When we had minimal dollars, we had to choose. In East Tampa, during the recession, we reinstated the affordable, senior low-income housing rehabilitation program, and we put the extra dollars we had just to that on top of our existing programs. And that was the only thing we spent money on that year because it was established priority. Our hope, based on your discussion, was that we were going to take your priorities, and whether you do this annually as a priority setting session or every 2 years, that you would look at your buckets, you would look at where each of the CRAs are, and we got the impression what you wanted to do was set the priorities back to the CACs and provide guidance to staff and your citizen advisory committees as to where you wanted them to focus for each year.
Yeah, and just as a follow-on 2 points, I do find it interesting, like Tampa Heights, for whatever reason, didn't have affordable housing. I look at Tampa Heights as an area that definitely needs affordable housing and also rehabilitation of existing housing stock. And number 2 is, Mr. Chairman has pointed out on occasion, I guess we need to look at this and philosophically, is this a top-down or a bottom-up?
And that was going, thank you very much, Councilman Dick Felder. Are you finished?
Well, no, I was going to sing your praises, Joe. so as Mr. Chairman has pointed out, perhaps we tell the CACs, okay, you got a month or two to look at this list. You tell us what you think your priorities are, and then bring it to us, and then we'll see if we bless it, or vice versa.
Now that I have that, thank you very much, Councilman Dingfelder. Now that I have that, Michelle, is this list of priorities coming straight from the CRAs and the CACs?
This is coming from, no, this is coming from your community redevelopment plan. So
Okay.
this is not in any priority except for number of instances across all your CRAs.
And has the CACs and the CRAs seen this priority list and agreed with them?
Okay, you keep using the word priority. This is not a prioritized list.
Okay.
That, I am simply providing you the background of what legally you can put your buckets of money in. You can decide your priorities if it comes from these community redevelopment plans.
Okay, now my next question, I guess, is going, now that I'm looking out in the audience, I'm seeing some heads going like this and some heads going like this. Can we submit this to the CRAs and the CACs and say, do you agree with this? Does your community agree with this? If not, how can you ask us to change these priorities?
Okay, so let's back up. I'm going to slightly adjust your question.
Thank you.
These are not priorities, so the communities cannot, they might say that between the staff and I, we did not interpret their community redevelopment plan, but we took this directly from their community redevelopment plans. You can send these to the CACs and ask them to prioritize them, yes.
That was going to be, let's change it from priorities to how they would like to see these implemented. Thank you, Michelle. Thank you, Councilman Dingfelder. Anybody else? Councilman Carlson.
Yeah, to the point about getting public input, I'm fully in favor of that too. I think that it has to go beyond the CACs, though. It has to go to the broader community. We're representatives of the community. CACs are representatives of the community, but we need to try to get broader input at some point, and maybe we could agree on something that's a straw man to some extent. I want to ask Ms. Zellman, this list, is there a larger list that we're legally able to set aside the CRP? Is there a larger list that we're legally by 163 allowed to address? And is this a short list of it, or is this the complete list?
So the statute outlines what can be in a community redevelopment plan and what you can use TIF funds for. This list, as I understand it, Michelle took directly from the existing community redevelopment plans. So if there's something not on this list that you think should be addressed, say in Tampa Heights or East Tampa or whatever, that isn't here, the plan would have to be modified to include that.
And how hard is it to modify the plan? You said we could do that, but how hard?
You can modify the plan. You have to go back through all the public hearings and workshops that were, and it's set by statute, that were required the first time, but you're just looking at, several months. East Tampa is about to go through its strategic action plan, which again has to flow out of that. But if there are priorities that are identified through some of those workshops that are not within the community redevelopment plan, we can use all of that input into a community redevelopment plan update as needed. So some of the things we don't have on here, you won't notice bonding. The statute allows us to bond to do long-term investments. That was not something that a lot of the CRAs had in there, and it wasn't enough for even to make a mention. So I did not mention every strategy to get to certain things. So if you wanted all the CRAs to look at bonding long-term, and I know this wouldn't be a suggestion, infrastructure, but we could do that. It just wasn't, at the time, the approach was we pay as we go for the most part.
Just one last thing, back to what Councilman
I'll hold you to that one last thing.
Okay, thank you. What Board Member Dingfelder said. If all but one of the CRPs addresses affordable housing, we could put a higher emphasis on affordable housing without having to change the CRP, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Exactly.
And Michelle, would you clarify, my understanding is the Tampa Heights CRA doesn't include all of Tampa Heights.
No, the CRA has a much more limited, so when someone said rehabilitation of housing stock, there are no housing stock within the current CRA boundaries to rehabilitate. So when that CRA was first established, I'm not quite sure of the timeline of when it was cleared versus when the CRA was established, but it was basically a blank slate. So there wasn't a lot to rehab or look at need for facade program or any of those kind of issues.
Councilman Goods.
But that particular CRA was specially made, correct?
Yes.
So it didn't include a lot of things that it really should include to help the Tampa Heights district.
Sure.
I didn't hear that
That was
last
originally it was called the Old Tampa Police Department, CRA, and Rob, you can jump up if you want, and it was actually when that area that's now the Armature Works and the whatever the apartments are that's north of the Armature, that's the area that's encompassed by the Tampa Heights CRA. Again, it's not the
extension of
entire
downtown.
Tampa CRA neighborhood.
For the river.
Yeah, I forgot that.
For the river.
Although it's interesting because that could have been an opportunity for affordable housing, not in the traditional sense, but perhaps in the high-rise sense. But anyway, go ahead.
Michelle, please, continue.
So on this chart, it is a generalized categories to help give you references. So when we look at illegal dumping, it also means code enforcement. We lump those together. So the code enforcement may be about dilapidated buildings, overgrowth. It can be a lot of things. So we included that in there. Business incentives and facade could also mean, revolving loan funds and other issues. So we had to make categories for you guys, or else this chart was going to be unwieldy. You'll see in that first section, complete streets for paving and corridor upgrades. This is your streetscaping, your pedestrian lighting, infill street lighting, streetscape where you have street furniture. Sometimes it's trash receptacles. In East Tampa, trash receptacles along some of our residential collector streets was vitally important, and the CRA paid extra to have those in and then get that collection, which is not a standard city service that is done. So a lot of these issues, you'll see for some CRAs, it was the pipes and the stormwater in the ground. Flooding was mostly identified in Drew Park, but we lumped that in again with the concept of stormwaters and the pipes. So some CRAs, what stormwater means may mean something different in Drew Park versus East Tampa versus West Tampa, but we lump them in those same type of categories. If you guys have any questions about this, I'm happy to. Otherwise, our next intent was for you guys to take this list, and what I was going to ask is to go around the room, and I'll start with Councilman Goods just because of time. What I wanted to do is from this list, or anything that can reasonably fall underneath this list, to get each of your 3 top priorities. Let's start looking at this. Let's start talking about this. What are your top priority goals for your CRAs, whether general or specific? But let's start with general. We'll go through the line once, and then we'll come back to make sure if there's something that gets written down already, let me know. I will make dots next to the ones that come up repeatedly. Does that sound like a plan, or did you want to go in a different direction for the next steps?
I like that idea. Everybody else on board? Please, Councilman Goods.
Michelle, we've had a conversation. We kind of talked about where I think East Tampa should be going in that direction. Housing is a must in East Tampa. But we want good housing, not just to throw anything in there, but good what I call, not saying affordable, but good housing. Levels for everybody. I think we need to go up in density like I talked about. That we need to look at the assets that the city has and also obtain assets. That way we don't have to worry about so much gentrification. We keep the housing stock within East Tampa. Looking at making sure we have rehab programs, good, robust rehab programs. When I've gone abroad, they have different concepts to how to rehab. One city said they bought a trailer and funded that trailer with products and goods, and they outsourced the contract to be able to go through streets of their dilapidated area and help rehab homes, painting on the spot, roofing, bringing up the idea, vision of the community. We have certain areas. I look at certain big land masses in East Tampa. I think we need to be looking at that for housing, for retail and housing. I know shortly we should be having some ideas coming back about a certain property in East Tampa, but I'm looking at property along 22nd Street, acquiring assets. I think that's going to be the way to go for East Tampa to bring that economic impact and also for housing. People want to play and live like other communities are doing right now. So that's the vision I'm kind of looking at, dealing with housing and economic impact with retail and making sure people have a livable place. And I think when we're looking at East Tampa, if we go and start a robust rehab program with housing, a robust program that we can identify, and I've said it many times, you take sector, East Tampa has the biggest CRA, so if you do something over here and then jump over there, it looks like nothing ever got done. So you have to looking at sectors of the CRA to really start putting a groove in it so we can say it's working. So now you have a buy-in from the people to say, I want to be more involved because that's working. It's all about buy-in. If you build it, they'll come, but you've got to have a plan to say, here's the map, and this is where we're going to go and the road we're going to take. And now everyone will start to buy in, and we will probably start getting more robust people on these CRA boards in the East. I think that's a big factor. I think now you've got a few people on there now that have come in with the new board that's been implemented that have some backgrounds that can help mold and do some things. I think that's what's been lacking a long time. So my thing is to make sure we have housing, making sure that we have a board, a CAC board in East Tampa that has criteria that you can be able to say that have specific needs for the board. If you're just putting people on a board who have no specifics, then we're lost.
I put this little ABC check mark. That means when these get typed up, all of my crappy handwriting instantly gets spell checked and written much nicer. I wanted to be a school teacher, but I flunked chalkboard writing.
All right.
Did you want to add 2 other priorities?
I think when you do that, you'll be able to add jobs.
Okay.
You'll have the job creation because now you've got the inner core. Now you've got assets that have been taken upon. You now are redeveloping, trying to get retail that creates jobs. So my thing is, you look at these major corridors, and we need to make sure that we're looking to buy, we're looking to reestablish and help those who are there. That way, that will create job creation within the East. Now people can work and play right there. One last thing, when we talk about our roads and highways within the East, you know, the city has a responsibility, but we got to take a robust look at some places that have not been looked at. When I went down the other day, a gentleman called me out in reference to his streets and roads, and I could see where the old brick underneath where it was paved over is coming up. He says, no one's ever touched my street. So I think we need to make sure that we're looking and having a study look at all those streets on the east side to make sure that we're having some good roads, and those roads that need to be done by the city, we need to make sure the city does know that. But I know East Tampa has put in money several years to help with the roads. You know, I didn't vote for it last time because I felt that the city should be doing a robust job. But after looking at the whole fact of the city, it's really no money for the whole city to do roads. So we lose out. So my community can't lose because they're complaining about the roads as well.
Councilman Dickelfelder, did you want to go next?
Yeah, and just let me just clarify this process, because I think it's a good process. But again, and I don't mean to sound like a broken record, or what would it be these days, Guido? A broken DVD? I don't know.
The streaming stops.
Broken
so
streaming.
the song stops.
I don't want to sound old.
Too late.
Yeah, too late. Thank you, Joe.
Joking.
Yeah, no, I know. In regard, I don't think it's one size fits all, you know, because it's a good exercise. But again, I think Councilman Goods was kind of talking about East Tampa, not necessarily downtown. So what I'd suggest is let's do this exercise and just talk about East Tampa today, just for the heck of it, because it has often been the focus of our discussions anyway, and again, the needs and desires and et cetera of East Tampa are so different from downtown or Channel Side. So anyway, that's my suggestion, Joe.
If you're looking at me, I'd say, yes, it's a great idea. But we have representatives from West Tampa, we have representatives from Ybor City.
I think it would just take too long for us to do all of them today. And so if we're doing it sort of as a sample exercise, I think it's great. But if you want me to talk about each one, then I'm going to give you my priority for East Tampa, and then I'll give you my priority for downtown, and I'll give you my priority. And
If
they're
we
going
can
to be
do it without filibustering, let's go for it.
But I don't think we can do it. And times 7, I think we'd be here till midnight. So anyway, I would suggest, not that the other districts aren't important, but I'd say just to see how this exercise works, why don't we just do it for 1 or 2 districts?
We can certainly go through. It may go faster if you're only focused and thinking about one at a time. We
Then
can
let's-
do
let's-
as many
then
rounds.
let's do East Tampa.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. So, I scribbled down, some of them probably pretty similar to Councilman Good's. I think that affordable housing is huge, but also the avoidance of gentrification and what that means exactly, I think is really critical, because we can go charging full bore into affordable housing and building this great new housing and rehabbing housing and stuff like that. But if we don't have a big community discussion on what is gentrification and how do we feel about it as a CRA and how do we feel about it as a city, then I think that it's wrong and unfair for numerous reasons. I've got jobs and specifically with that hand-in-hand workforce development. I think we need to do a better job with our youth and training, and then that plays into hiring and jobs. I know some of the things Mr. Johnson's been doing for many years very successfully, and I will come to his defense. I think Ed's done a great job for the whole time he's been there. A very difficult job, but I'll say sidewalks. Why don't we say infrastructure, sidewalks, lighting. I don't know if we have any major pond work to do anymore, but I know we've done some in the past. So those would be my 3. Those would be my top 3 or 4 priorities.
Councilman Maniscalco.
Thank you very much. So I have 1 CRA in my district, which is Drew Park, but as we vote, it affects things citywide, so of course our voices are equal up here. Yesterday morning I was having coffee at the West Tampa Sandwich Shop. Councilman Miranda bumped into me there, but a constituent came up to me asking me about ditches on a certain street in West Tampa. And I'm bringing that up because the top 3 things that are requested of my office are: when are you going to pave the street, when are you going to build the sidewalks, when are you going to close the ditches, and illegal dumping and code enforcement. That's not something that just affects my district, but it goes beyond. In regards to East Tampa, as a little boy and growing up, my grandmother and I would drive to the cemetery, which is at Myrtle Hill, almost to 56th Street, and we would take Hillsborough Avenue or Buffalo Avenue at the time, / Martin Luther King, and she would tell me, because my family lived out in Highland Pines area back in the day before they went to West Tampa. They said this used to be here, and this used to be here, and we used to shop here, and we used to shop here. And I look at East Tampa as it's the land that time forgot, and it's frozen in time. A lot of the buildings are there, but what has changed beyond the last 50 years, beyond people having left, businesses having left, people going west, the shopping malls, and Tampa has grown and spread out. But I don't think we've ever had, or we haven't had a focus on East Tampa since probably maybe the Nucio administration, which ended in '67. You had urban renewal. You had, the downturn in downtown and Ybor City. People went to other areas and they forgot everything they left behind. So you go through these neighborhoods, specifically through East Tampa, and I see them as beautiful neighborhoods. There's a lot of old houses and old neighborhoods and whatnot. But what has changed since my family moved out in 1972? I go through the old neighborhood on 48th Street, and it looks the same with the exception of the cars are different. The things have changed, of course, in the last 50 years. But we really haven't focused east of the interstate. We can blame it on several different things. The interstate divided Ybor in 2. The interstate divided Tampa Heights and Seminole Heights in 2. But even today, when I speak to people in the Seminole Heights area, for example, they'll say, well, which side of the interstate do you live on? Are you on the east or west of North Street or Lambright or whatever the street is? And it seems like, and although it's picking up on the east side, slowly, it's taken so long. And then with all the momentum that Tampa has, and we see that all around here in downtown and whatnot, there's never a focus east. I remember campaigning in 2015 in East Tampa all the way down Columbus Drive, and I said, at the time it was Councilman Reddick, I said, this man can't do it by himself. He can't revitalize East Tampa by himself. Us as a board, we need to make that second. We need to support the motions. We need to be forward thinking, not just in our districts, but citywide. And I spoke to the group and I said, why is it that you don't have, it's like middle class America isn't there. It's like, where are the restaurants? Where's the shopping? Where are the grocery stores? Where are the basic necessities that I in West Tampa can say, I have Publix here, I had a Sweet Bay here, the movie theater's here, I can buy a new car here, I can get to the airport here, I can shop and buy whatever I want here. East Tampa, you don't see that. And, I don't think we've had an administration in a long, maybe this one will be different, and I think it will be, but we haven't had an administration that has focused saying, how can we bring, new development and new businesses, which brings new jobs and new employment to this area that is so historically significant, yet historically has been ignored. So that's where I stand.
Councilman Vieira.
May I interrupt for one moment? I just wanted to do this before we got too far, because Councilman Dingfelder, our board member Dingfelder, brought this up. Pure workforce development is not something that you can expend TIF funds on. It's not something listed in the statute, so we need to be careful about that. The statute really does focus on redevelopment of the physical environment. Now, obviously, redevelopment that brings in new businesses brings in new jobs, and so there is a job creation component to all this, but we need to be careful about talking about just pure job creation, workforce development outside of those parameters. So I just want to bring that up.
What's the workforce development on this? What's the workforce development on this list? It's only, it says East Tampa.
Councilman Dingfelder brought it up
Well,
as
I
one
see
of
it at
his
the bottom.
priorities.
I see it at the bottom of the
It's on
list
this list.
for East Tampa.
It's on this chart.
It may be in the plan.
Maybe in
I
the-
can't find it in the statute, and I've been looking because I didn't want to interrupt and say that. But again, I'm not saying it can never happen. It can be tied to redevelopment projects, but alone, it's not provided for by the statute. Unless someone can correct me, I can't find it.
These were also developed in 2003 and adopted in 2004. So over time, there have been tweaks to the statute.
Councilman Charles.
Is there a statewide body we could go to get an official legal opinion on what we're allowed to do in terms of social services? Because it seems like 163 is vague toward a lot of this.
There's two things, and I did want to bring this up. One of the recommendations of the Miami Grand Jury report was that every CRA board member be a member of the Florida Redevelopment Association. My understanding is all of the CRA staff is. Michelle was going to look into.
But is there a definitive body
That's sort of the body that encompasses all the research. If you wanted an official legal opinion, we can request one from the Attorney General, but it needs to be a specific question. It can't just be give us a list of what we're allowed to spend the money, and you have to ask it in the context of a specific question. We are considering using TIF expenditures for the following. Is that allowed under the statute? We can ask the Attorney General that type of question.
Councilman Vieira.
Thank you. Yep, I think my colleagues have made a lot of good suggestions. I just wanted to make some notes or speak from some notes I wrote. I think that all this goes to when we hear a lot of the concerns about some of the housing that went up in East Tampa and the concerns that it's something that is for economic groups that maybe aren't from East Tampa. I think the main thing here is the fear in communities whenever there's going to be redevelopment, that it's going to be redevelopment that washes away, so to speak, the folks that live in that community, as has always been historically done. And I think communities have a reason to be suspicious. It's not paranoia. It's reasonable suspicion based upon a history that we all know well about. I always say that there's a difference between redevelopment that takes people outside of communities because they want to have a new narrative in the community, and then reinvestment that uses people in the community as human capital and infrastructure in the community to build around those people, to build with those people as stakeholders in their community, which is, I think, what we're talking about here. Obviously, in that regard, affordable housing that everyone's going to talk about or has talked about is obviously a very, very big issue. I agree with Councilman Maniscalco on the issue of code enforcement and illegal dumping, even though this obviously isn't within a CRA. I guess it was a week ago, I had a meeting with some city officials over in Forest Hills specifically on the issue of code enforcement, and we had about, I think it was 50, 60 people there, because that's a very big issue in a lot of different communities. And we know that in a lot of neighborhoods, when you have one or two homes just on the street that maybe are engaging in behavior that isn't uplifting to the neighborhood, that sends a message that things are going to continue to go down and wrong actors get in. So I think that's certainly a very, very big issue. I think having walkable communities is something that's very, very important. I think every community should be walkable, but I certainly think that these communities that we're talking about here should be having plans that that afford protections, if you will, for pedestrians, bicyclists, et cetera, which this, the way that the city of Tampa is set up for pedestrians and bicyclists, I think it's almost criminal in the sense that we don't afford them protections in terms of physical infrastructure. I always say that just putting down some paint on a road and saying that that's a bike lane, that's almost a joke. I mean, it really is. Let's just call a spade a spade. So I think that having real protections there, I'd love to see things like actual concrete barriers, for example, protecting bicyclists, pedestrians, to the extent that that's something that could be done, just as a general principle. And something I see over here as well, and this can't cost a whole heck of a lot of money, just as a side issue, is gateways, signage, identifiers. We have a lot of historical communities here in the city of Tampa, and communities with long history. And I think that when we have signs that show folks that you're getting into a particular gateway with a particular community with a history, for example, again, outside of the CRAs, but on this Saturday I went to go meet with my friends in the historic Forest Hills neighborhood area, and that was one of their big things that they want is signs in there advising people that, hey, listen, you're in historic Forest Hills. This is a community with a history and also a community with a future based upon that history. So I think that for all these areas, gateways, signage, identifiers is something, it can't cost a whole heck of a lot of money, but it's certainly something that I think would be worth our time. So just some of my ideas.
Thank you, Councilman. Since Councilman Carlson's not here, Councilman Miranda.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, the CRAs, I leave it up to the communities and those that work on the CRAs, the different ones that we have, to come up with a plan. I just look at myself as one of the end who's going to make a decision whether yes or no based on what they need in their community. So I rarely go. I think I've been to one CRA meeting back in 2005 or 6 or whatever it was. And it was a congratulate them. I never got involved in any of the decision making. That was the Drew Park CRA. I spoke to them at one of their meetings and left. I don't go to them at all, because once you're there as an elected official, then somebody's going to say, oh, that elected official, whoever he or she is, may want something. I don't do that. I either make the decision here or not. I'm not trying to be different. On housing, no one's told AQ public citizen how they're going to accomplish anything on housing. They've certainly talked about it. Oh, we're going to do this. We're going to build this. There's no plan. There's no concrete plan. How do you build it? Where do you get the money from? And how are you going to? I've heard I'm going to build 1,000 houses. I'm going to build 100 houses. I'm going to build 2 houses. Until you have a plan and you have this, el dinero, the money, you're not going to do it. I've seen some houses that I like. I see some houses that I don't like. And affordable housing is just a word. What's affordable? No one's told me. Just be on the other side. You know why I left the housing projects? Because they raised my rent by $2 a month. $2. I was paying 49, they wanted 51 because I was working 2 jobs to get out, so they punish you to get out. So I said, I ain't staying here. I'm leaving now. So what I'm looking at, tell me where you're going to get the money. Tell me where you're going to get the land. And tell me how you're going to build it, where somebody doesn't make an enormous amount of money on helping somebody that's already needing help. I haven't heard none of that yet. And until that happens, you're not going to have a plan, you're not going to have the money, and you're going to be a failure. I really think that when you look at affordable housing, you have to have individuals from the community to start a subsection, put their money in, and you put in 100,000, whatever. You got $1 million, you put in $1 million. And then you can say, I'm going to build 8 or 9 houses because you're going to find the land and give them the land. And then who's going to build it? Are you going to make so much profit on the house that the one that you're trying to help is being hampered by the same profit you're taking? And it's not about profitability. Without profitability, there'd be no America. That's the democratic way. You earn what you want to earn. If you want to work 5 jobs, you can work 5 jobs. So what I'm saying is, give me a plan that I can see in 10 years where you're at today and what you're going to finish at the end of 10 years and how you're going to do it and how you're going to fund it and how is it going to be able to have the individuals who are somewhat restricted, very much restricted on where they can go because they don't have the capital to get in. They don't have the credit to get in, some of them. There's a waiting list on everything that the Tampa Housing Authority. There's only thousands, not hundreds, but thousands. You get on that waiting list, it's like asking Columbus to come back and sail back. It's going to take that long. It's not going to happen. So talk is a lot of talk. I don't see the action coming with the talk because there's not a plan. I've seen some houses that I've walked in that look real nice. Then I look at the construction. I shake my head on the way out. Refrigerators and the kitchen looks nice until you look at it. Doesn't meet my standard for helping somebody out. You must keep it under $800 a month. If not, you're a failure because you're asking for failures that you're going to create yourself. When you look at $800 a month, that's only one payment. They don't tell you about the taxes. They don't include the water bill. They don't include the electric bill. So right there, you're liable to looking at about $1,100 to $1,200 a month. When the people are making 25 and 30, it's almost mathematically impossible to do that, raise a family, pay insurance, pay grocery bills, and pay all the needs that you need, an automobile and transportation. You just can't make it that way. I have yet to see a plan. I have yet to see a committee formed to say this is how it's going to be done. Until you see that, you can talk all you want because it's not going to happen. There's individuals in this community that if you ask them on their own will start a fund to put millions of dollars into it. And maybe offer them whatever the bank loan is. You know, somebody get 3% money. That ain't much. But see, I keep a chart at the house on 15-year mortgages and 30-year mortgages and how much, 150, so much, so much, so much. And I look at that every day as I'm walking out the door. And I shake my head because I know it's not going to be done with federal money or tax money because they're not going to give it to you. They're going to talk about it. It's not going to happen unless it's built directly from the Housing Authority or one of them agencies that's got monies to come in. I don't think today's society, the government's going to come and do that. But you have to start it with private money from individuals that live in the community that made some of their money here. And I think they're willing to do that because they keep millions of dollars in the bank at much lower rate. And if you can get somebody to give you a loan at 3.5%, you better go get it right now. Because it's not going to be like that always. And that's how it's done. You cannot do it. The city of Tampa cannot do it by themselves. It's got to be a concerted effort. And when you look about the workforce development, it's got to be a combination of 3 areas. Government, other than the city of Tampa, and the school board included. so you can develop what you need for the future, what's happening. You just can't say, I want it done. Well, what are you going to get done? You know, there's people now that just put up windows and doors, and I say just, and they're very important. And if they really want to work, guess what? They can make $150,000 and up, just installing windows and installing doors, but they got to know what they're doing. And that's all I'm going to say for now. Thank you very much, Michelle.
Councilman Carlson.
Three things and then some comments to explain. One is affordable housing. I think that's overriding every week. That's the feedback that we hear from the public, that we have to solve this affordable housing crisis, and the mayor's looking at it, and we need to try to partner as best we can along the lines of what my colleague was just saying. The other thing is what I call neighborhood commercial centers. I think we need to look at, instead of looking at this as real estate projects, we need to look at it as, if we have to spend money on physical infrastructure, let's look at how neighbors and neighborhoods interact with it and try to bring services closer to neighborhoods. And so the sidewalks are critically important, but it's providing something for people to walk to, so neighborhood commercial centers. And then the last one is, you all know I don't like the facade grants. I wish we would focus on small business funding in some way. The feedback I get is that small businesses and people who have ideas for small business are looking for really small startup capital to get going. There are models like in Boston. There's a model where a nonprofit works with the government to build retail centers that have offices and housing on top, and then they take equity in the business in lieu of rent. And so there are different creative ways of doing it if you have to tie in real estate. But if we're allowed to help small businesses in some other ways, I would do that. I mean, the value creation in our community is coming from small businesses. It's not coming from subsidizing low-end jobs from outside the market. It's coming from the development of small businesses, and we need to encourage small businesses. A couple just comments on that. One is agreeing with Chair Citro. Public input, I think, is critically important, but somehow we need a mechanism to get to the broader public. I mean, we should have a list like this, including whatever else is legally possible, and put it in buckets and put it on in an online survey, and have the CACs send it out to everybody they know, buy digital ads and send it out, and maybe have people put their zip code or something so we can hear back not just from the CACs but from the public also. And we're not going to get very good response, but at least it's worth asking people, and if we want to hold town hall meetings in each district, we could do that too. To my colleague, Mr. Dingfelder's comment, we definitely have to be careful about gentrification and make sure that it doesn't ruin our community. You know, what happened on the West Bank across from Julian Lane Park, displacing 1,200 families is I think, unconscionable. At the same time, we need to not focus on spatial segregation by race or income. We shouldn't also go in and build 2,000 subsidized housing projects similar to the ones that are being torn down. We need to have, we need to create real communities and not displace the communities that are there. We need to be very sensitive to it, but provide services that are needed in the communities and not just create big pockets of poverty like we have in the past. Also, I think, and I've talked to a lot of folks in East Tampa about this, I think we need the community, it looks like we're allowed to spend something on marketing. I wish the community would look at East Tampa, instead of a place of poor people who need services, we need to look at it as a community that deserves to be served. If we're behind, my colleagues have mentioned we're behind on providing basic services that we should have been providing for years, and we need to think about it as a community. One of the things I proposed several years ago was getting a photographer, and I'm still willing to sponsor it if somebody knows a photographer, but I'd love to have a photographer take photographs of the historic architecture in East Tampa and hold an art exhibition of photographs that talks about the art culture of East Tampa, just so we can look at it differently and make the people in my district and others think about East Tampa differently. It's a thriving community, and there are ways that we can help, but we need to work with the community and be sensitive. But think about East Tampa needs the same services everybody else needs, so we need to make sure that we provide those. Thank you.
Just real quick to respond to that, I like that idea of photographing the historic structures in East Tampa. Councilman Harry Cohen asked me last year, if you could live anywhere in Tampa, where would you live? And I picked a house on Bayshore, and another house is at the end of Martin Luther King. It's a perfect mid-century design. He goes, in East Tampa, and I go, in East Tampa, you'll find this house. But people don't realize what's out there. But when you showcase it, as you said, I think it'll spark new interest. So, interesting idea. Thanks.
Did you want to
First-
move on to another CRA?
I'd like to express my opinion if I could. If I could. But we have a motion to adjourn. Is there a second?
No, I said motion denied.
Oh, okay. I thought you said motion to adjourn. First of all, Ms. Van Loan, I've been calling you Michelle all day long, and I apologize for that, Ms. Van Loan. Thank you for putting this together. Thank you to Chief Bennett. Thank you for Ms. Zellman. Even though we are not finished, I didn't start out by saying that. Thank you very much for your time involved in this. There's a lot of ifs going on right now. All for transportation tax. That's a big if. If we get that going through, a lot of the things on this wish list will be taken care of. We have a new pipes project, which we all passed. If that happens, a lot of things on this list will come to fruition. We are talking about East Tampa. There is an affordable housing issue. However, if we concentrate on targeted industries and mixed-use development, we can raise the average income, which hopefully one day we won't have to worry about affordable housing with better careers that pay better. Rehabbing existing housing. There are some poor people. There are people that don't make the money. There are some elderly people that can't rehab their house. Even though affordable housing, home ownership may be outside of our purview as far as finances go, we need more affordable housing for the working poor. Again, there's a lot of ifs out there, but these are three of my concerns. Get the average wage income up. People can afford housing. Get mixed use so they don't have to get into their cars, into a bus, into some sort of transportation to go elsewhere outside of their community to purchase groceries, pharmaceuticals, whatever. Keep the businesses within the area, build the community from within. And those are my 3 points. Council, do we have time to go on to other districts such as West Tampa, such as Ybor, such as Drew Park, such as downtown, or do we want to kind of wrap this up now? Sure. Councilman Dingfelder, well, you got your hand up.
Okay. I think as Bill pointed out, I'm going to use first names today since we're in a casual workshop. As Bill pointed out, we have these other issues within the agenda today. I mean, I think this is good progress, but we have these other sort of structural issues about a CRA director.
Oh, I meant wrap this up as far as our wish list for CRAs.
Yeah, I mean, I think we've made good progress for today, but I think we should move on to some of these other issues so we can be, we only have an hour before noon.
Councilman Carlson.
I'm okay if you all want to go to every one, but is it possible just to ask the question of the rest of them? I think we should have a high priority on affordable housing for all of them. Even though downtown is very expensive, people who work in downtown who can't afford to live in downtown right now have to travel a long way, so that puts traffic on the road.
Well, do we want to go into these other CRAs?
Yeah, so is there, can we come up with some criteria for all of them? Like, affordable housing to me should be on all of them.
Why don't we, can I suggest, why don't we, Michelle could give us like a little form that breaks out the rest of them, then when we could write our priorities and send them back to her, and then she can tabulate them. 'Cause again, I think we've got too much work to do for too little time today. I'd rather use the time for some of these structural policy things.
Go ahead, Councilman Vera.
I agree with Councilman Dingfelder. I think a lot of the things that we said can go to a majority of the CRAs, but I think that what Councilman Dingfelder suggested, I think is a good idea, in my opinion, so that we can go to the other issues. Just my opinion.
Can we set that up, please, Ms. Fenlon?
So I will send out a form that lists what you already have for East Tampa, so you can already see those results. And then I will leave you spaces up to like 5. It'll be an Excel spreadsheet, or Word, where you can then fill out as much space as you needed by CRA, and I will include a copy of this chart so you have that as reference. And how much time do you want to give yourselves? I don't like just blindly saying, oh, have this back to me by a certain date, but I'll let you guys set your.
Councilman Carlson.
Is it possible just to get it now and we could do it and give it back to you while we're talking about one of the other issues?
You all have scrap paper in front of you that I set out there. You're certainly welcome to give me whatever notes, and you can use the, ET, DP for Drew Park, West Tampa for WT. Anything you want to give me in the next hour that you want to write up, I will certainly incorporate.
Can you give us a week for those of us that really want to pay attention to you?
Certainly.
How about, is that fine for council members?
Yeah.
Board members?
And that'll give her enough time to report back to us at our next regular CRA meeting about the results.
Sounds good. Proceed, Ms. Fenlon.
Okay, if we can have the PowerPoint back, I have to give you back something there. So we just wanted to point out, here's some of the ways we already report to you. We do our CRA annual activity report that is required by 163. That is that long page glossy one that we give you. We do our annual budget PowerPoint that you just saw this past summer, and the annual budget book, which again is required for us to do. We also give you quarterly financial reports that come from our fiscal officer, Susan Gobble, and we give those to you for adoption or receive and file every quarter. We do an annual facade grant update to you that lets you know here's what we've accomplished in the past year, how many projects, how much money, and we show you some of those pictures. And we also do a financial audit. It has been part of the city's audit that we've been doing that, and that is required, and now it will be posted on our website as well as the city website. So one of the questions we just had for you guys is, or you all, sorry, is there some information gap? Is there something now that you've been here for about 6 months talking with us that you would like to see? We've been updating our monthly reports. We have edited that based on your feedback. But is there some other information reporting that you would like from us that we can start working on? And if not, just think about as you're going through, is there information you wish you had or had from us on some sort of regular basis? We'll work on including that.
Go ahead.
Excuse me. I like the way that you all have separated it now into direct and indirect, because it's clearer. But I think we ought to be thinking of these, as I said earlier, about as communities, as organic communities, instead of as physical landscapes. And if you read 163 and the description of blighted areas, it talks about much more than just the visual landscape. And legal will tell us what the tools are that we can use to try to address this. But I would appreciate understanding what's happening with the community, and how what we're doing is enhancing the community. We're all helping the community to work together. And the consultant that's working with Mark Sharp has done this in other communities, and so he understands it. Maybe you do too, and you can give us some recommendations. The other thing is to give us an update on how close we are to the goal. Have we, in Channelside, are we 99% to the goal? Are we 90%? In downtown, are we 80 or 90% to the goal? I mean, I don't see much slum or blight in any of these definitions as I drive around those areas. And so, Ybor, are we 50% or 70? I don't know. We have an expiration date now that we reset that goes way out. But how do we know that? How do we set expectations that these things are going to end at some point?
You want to respond to that, or is that something?
No,
that
I'm writing down
can't-
everything he's asking for,
Okay.
and will do.
Okay. Anybody else on that issue? I think, Mr. Carlson, I think in addition to wondering, how close we are to achieving those goals, I think we also have to look at what options we have as we think we're getting close to those goals. I mean, you've mentioned the possibility of shutting down, the CRAs. That is, that's a potential option. We lose, in some areas, we lose that county component, which has always been helpful. But maybe there's some other options that are short of shutting down those CRAs when we think they've achieved their goals as well. Anyway, all right, what's next, Michelle? And then I'll hand back the gavel to Mr. Citro.
All the chairs turned around on me. Just to be.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
I'm trying to take care of our lunch situation, and it's all taken care of now.
Thank you. Yeah, just to be clear where I stand on these, what I wish is that there are clearly areas of the city that need help, and what I wish is that we could make a dedicated carve out and say we need 10 million over the next 5 years or over the next 10 years or something like that, and then we would have a dedicated plan instead of setting up these things that capture money. And I'm not looking to get rid of any of the ones in areas that we need. My only question is, how long do we need the ones where blight is almost resolved? And then there are one or two where we have long-term financial commitments, and I think bonding or anyway long-term financial commitments. And so on those things, we definitely cannot sunset them, but maybe we can just put a cap on them. And so the question is, when could we put a cap and or sunset? And then the idea to me would be that that the mayor's office, because that money would then go to the mayor if it went into the general fund, but that we would try to prioritize that in the areas of the city that really need it. So the idea is not to sunset or put a cap on a CRA just for the sake of doing that, but really try to redirect around the city to areas that need it, so that we don't end up with lots of areas that have problems like rats in a community center.
Anyone else? Michelle?
Okay, so what we wanted to talk about is there have been, as you know, since you have all brought it up, the discussion about having a direct report and the need for an executive director. And the discussion has been framed at this is the answer, but the problem itself, besides saying you can't report to two masters effectively, hasn't been defined clearly enough to be able to set a path forward. So we'd like to just quickly get the feedback from all of you as to what are the issues you're experiencing that the new executive director and the new structure will address, so that we can look at and better define it. So if we have a better defined issue, then we can have a better defined solution. Does that make sense? So what issues have you been having with the current system that you would like to address, that you would like to resolve? What are the gaps? What are the insufficiencies that you see? And then we can move forward from there once we have that sort of defined for all of you.
Councilman Dingfelder.
Well, let me chime in. As you know, I wasn't here for the last 8 years under that particular administrator, so I can't speak to that. I can speak to the prior 8 years. And then I'll speak generally. I can probably speak generally better. I think Linda Salcena spoke to it well, and she had a 20-year perspective on this going back 28 years ago. In regard to the fact that for whatever reason, historically, this body of 7 people kind of abdicated and delegated our responsibility behind us here to the other building. You know, we met once a month or less, to kind of go through the agenda, rubber stamp, and get out as quickly as possible. But I think this board of 7 folks have kind of decided that we're going to take this responsibility much more seriously and really take back the reins of that responsibility. With that, in terms of the CRA director or manager, it was kind of like the tail wagging the dog. You know, the mayor basically selected that person, sent that person over to deal with us, you know, in whatever form that meant, and then at the end of the day, that person retreated back over to the main building and did their own thing, and we were sort of a bit player. I personally, and I think on behalf of this entire 7 of us, I think we want to see that dynamic change, and I think that there is a real opportunity here to do that by hiring or selecting a new director who reports directly to us first. It doesn't mean they don't coordinate and work with the administration on a day in and day out basis, because that's part and parcel of how you get things done. But in terms of, I mean, you know, perhaps their office is even, you know, over here in a sort of a symbolic fashion. But to me, that's the biggest part. I don't know that the day-to-day function changes that much, but it's that symbolic notion that is just like we each have aides. I think Joey pointed that out last time. We each have one aide. Well, we all know that aide answers to us first and foremost. And symbolically, I think that this director, likewise, would answer to us and respond to us. And I'm looking at some of your other points here. So I guess that's communication, information, process. I think it's all of that. So that's my point there.
Councilman Carlson.
I agree with what my colleague just said. And the good thing now is we have a mayor and chief of staff and team who I think are on the same page with us on 99% of everything. And so it should be, shouldn't be drinking soft drinks. It should be a collaborative process going forward where we're all able to work together and set common agenda items. I think it's important as I said before, if we're sitting as city council and we approve something the mayor or staff proposed, that's the mayor's idea, and we can ask questions about it, but ultimately it's the mayor's decision. Here, the mayor's not involved at all, so there's no filter by somebody at that level. The buck stops completely with us, and if we have the bottom line accountability, if we have the responsibility to legislature and whomever, then we need to make sure that we know what's going on with the CRAs. And that's why I'm asking so many questions. Not because I don't know, but because I have concerns about the way it was managed in the past. And so I think we need our own executive director. I think we've already agreed to get an executive director. So really it's about what the criteria is for the person, how we're going to hire them. And the question part of the point is that we've been outsourcing everything to the city. The statute clearly says this is a separate legal entity, and our former legal advisor explained that to us. We can hire our own staff in the CRA, or another way of doing it, which we talked about, is in the Charter Review Commission, we expanded the ability of city council to hire staff if they have the budget. And so what I would propose is that we, as the CRA, sign a contract with city council, put that person's compensation into the city council budget, and then the city council would work out with HR or whatever. So that it would be a city employee. It still would kind of be an outsource agreement, but the person would report directly to city council. one of the advantages for the city and staff is that that would be our main point of contact, so that we don't have to take up as much time, if any, from the individual managers. That person should be the person overseeing all the managers and implementing the plans and holding them accountable. Just like, although we may call legal department sometimes, a lot of our legal questions are answered by Marty. I think the person needs to be very high level, very high caliber. I think we should do a national search. The person should have community development experience and economic development experience. What they shouldn't be is a real estate developer or a real estate person. They're going to need to work with them, but it shouldn't be real estate driven like it has to some extent in the past. It could be somebody with CRA experience, but we can easily teach somebody that. What we really need is somebody who understands the organic aspect of how communities work together and how communities build. And and then to one of the questions that has come up is, well, if the CRA managers are technically reporting up the channel to the mayor, then how can they report to this person? The CRA has an outsource agreement. Sorry, the CRA has an outsource agreement with the city of Tampa, and in that contract, it's just like if we had a contract with an IT vendor, right? If the city IT department doesn't like what the IT vendor is doing, then they'll give them feedback on it. If they don't like the person that they're working with, they'll say, can you change out the person that we're working with? And so, yes, although for human resources and purposes, the CRA managers report up to the mayor, our CRA executive director can give feedback to the city regarding the city's contract and say that the managers or the contract is or is not working for us. And then within that, the mayor's office can make the decision about how to change the contract so that it works better for the CRA. So I look at it as just like any other outsourced service contract or service agreement, that if the executive director is happy, then we'll give positive feedback, and if they're not happy, then we'll give negative feedback.
Councilman Maniscalco.
Just to respond to one aspect of that, you had mentioned a nationwide search, and I never understood that. And the example that I use is when Chief Eric Ward announced his retirement from the police department, they had, Chief Dugan as interim, and there was this nationwide search. And my question was, why are we wasting our time, in my opinion, on someone from another part of the country when we could go within our own police department? And we did, and ended up going to Chief Dugan, but someone that's been through the ranks, that knows the community. So, for example, in regards to the, into the CRA aspect, in the Greco administration, you had Fernando Noriega, who I knew as a kid growing up and as a family friend, but he was one in the community with longtime roots. I'd see him, across the way in church. I'd see him regularly, but he knew the area. So if we get somebody going back to the nationwide search that has to begin from scratch, and learning how Tampa is, learning how Tampa works, I'd rather look at hiring somebody that's local and familiar with the area. I mean, that's my only concern. So that's it.
Councilman Vieira had to step outside for his son's school was calling him. So I will interject myself, and then when Councilman Miranda or Councilman Vieira come back in. With all due respect to the mayor, I do not want to cut ties with the executive branch of our government. There are times when the CRAs pay for materials, pay for things that need to be done, and city staff implements those things that need to be done. I don't want to break that goodwill bond that we have between the executive branch and the administrative branch and this CRA agency, our board. However, the new person coming in, I would like to make sure that they answer directly to this board. From the CRAs, from the CACs, from the community. That's what I would like to see here. Hopefully, Councilman Miranda and Councilman Vieira will be able to come in and express their opinions. Councilman Carlson.
One other thing, the person has to have a day-to-day person to report to because they can't report to 7 people all the time. And so I would propose that on a day-to-day basis, they would report to whoever the chair is of the CRA.
I'd kind of like to get a phone call myself from them every day, but that's mine. All right, we've been here for a little bit. Do you want to take a 5-minute recess? Give everybody a chance to stretch their legs. All right, I'll tell you what. Let's be back here at 11:30.
No, I don't have one right now, but it should be posted online with the agenda.
Workshop of the CRA is back in session. Roll call, please.
Dingfelder,
Still here.
Goods, Maniscalco, Vieira, Miranda, Carlson, and Citro.
Good day. Great, there you go. We were talking about the CRA director. Councilman Miranda, do you have anything you want to add?
No, I've always been the same way, and I'm not going to change regarding the directorship of the CRA. When you look at the benefits that the city was giving, and I don't think they gave much as far as telling the CRAs what to do or not to do. They were paying an individual. I think when you look at life and you look at success and failure, it's what it costs to be success, what it costs to be a failure. And I might be on the sticking in of myself by saying that to hire a CRA is going to be the cure-all. It depends who that person is, and depends what kind of salary you're going to pay. So from what I'm hearing, I hope that I'm wrong, the CRA director is going to possibly make more than the mayor. What a country. What a country. So I'm not for that. Thank you very much.
All right, one last person that we were going to hear from while they were still here is Councilman Vieira. I don't know, you were just speaking with him. Yeah, it's a conspiracy. Councilman Carlson.
We got into a discussion about priorities, but I still think we need to have a strategic planning session sometime. This is a great discussion to get it started, but at some point we need to put together more of a plan for the CRAs. But one of the things, Andrea and I were talking, Ms. Zellman and I were talking about this at the break. If you look at how we've reported the success of the CRAs in the past, it's mostly all real estate projects. But that's also the same way we reported economic development success. And real estate is an important sector in our economy, but it's only part of it. And you know, since the late 20s, we've had 10-year boom and bust cycles in Florida in real estate. And if we continue to put all of our eggs in that basket and measure that as the only criteria, we're going to have terrible bust cycles again, like we've had every 10 years. And so I think that although we may be limited in how we can spend the money, we ought to measure success in different ways than just listing real estate development projects. If a new retail store goes in and a new strip shopping center goes in and a new office goes in, that's only one way to measure it. We ought to look at other things. Last week I presented this Tampa scorecard, which in part talks about median household income, per capita income, home ownership, and there are ways that we can look at this by zip codes and look in these districts and figure out what kind of impact are we having really on the community. The 163 talks about crime and health. We can also look at crime and health statistics, but I think we ought to look at success way beyond just the physical landscape, and especially at more than just the money that's going into real estate projects. Another thing is about real estate is I think we need to look at who's in them, who's living in them, what companies are working in them. We were just having a discussion about Ybor. The office next to my new office in Ybor is still empty because there's nobody that wants to move in it yet. There's spaces behind. They want to build offices. We need to be thinking about what are the companies that are there, what are the kinds of companies, how do we help small businesses grow to fill space in these places instead of just looking at the real estate itself.
Councilman Miranda.
I take life as it comes with differences that you can participate and make. And I'm not against what my colleague, Mr. Carlson, said. However, when you look at life and you look at the reality of life, you can have people that go all through college, become a CPA, become a doctor, become an attorney, become an engineer, and they make it on good living, as they should. People that do research, try to save lives and find out what causes type of illnesses, and they get someone that's capable of hitting a ball 400 feet, and they're idolized for 20 years. And they made $150 million, God bless them. But then they want the government to pay for the stadium, All of them. In fact, they don't even call them ballparks anymore. They call them stadiums. An event, an experience. What does that mean? What I'm saying is, life is about everybody having an opportunity to do whatever they want without creating harm to somebody else. And as you do in life, why do people live where they live? Why do people stay where they're at? Why do people move? It all goes back to the kind of income that you have and where you want to be. You see, when you look at East Tampa, West Tampa, or Ybor City, go back and just think, everybody wants to blame the expressway for the demise of Ybor City. It was a factor, but not the complete factor. You had 12,000 employees. You had American Can, Continental Can in the same area. When that industry went, there went 20,000 people that built the houses, that lived in the houses, where their kids now were much more educated than they were. Most of those people, including my family, half of them didn't even have a high school education. So all they wanted you to do was finish high school, because they didn't accomplish that. Then life changes. Now you're going to go to college. Now when you're in college, you don't need a degree. You need a master's degree to find a job because of technology. And when you look at development, nobody builds anything that's not going to sell. They'll be broke on their first job, on their first venture that they try. When the people want to come here, and I always say this when I give speeches, and I don't give many anymore. They don't come because I'm in office, or it's Mayor Castor, or Mayor Buckhorn, or Mayor Greco, or Mayor Rauri, or Mayor, whoever the mayor was. They don't come for us. They come here because we have something no one else has in the country. See, we have 2 seasons, summer and Christmas. And the people get upset about living in the north, having to shovel snow, having to do this, having to live with that. So they come somewhere around the water. That's what I talked about the water the other day. However, due to the natural process or the human invasion of nature, I wouldn't want to live in the water. Because including the city of Tampa, there's certain areas of town, I don't care what you do, you can't save. Because the volume of water coming in is much greater than the volume of water going out. And it's all about the people who live in different areas, no matter if it's a CRA or not, how comfortable they feel, how protected they feel in the city, what the city services are, what type of education are the kids going to have. Not all about one thing. It's about many things that makes a city where you want to live and have your family. There's more relocation now in this area from within than there is from without. What does that mean? That means that the grandkids or the kids are no longer staying at the colleges that they went to and live out there. They want to come back home because they're comfortable with where they came from. That's what makes this city grow, number one. And number two, the enticement of the friends coming over to, oh, look at this. You know, everywhere you go somewhere, I don't care if you go for a 2-week vacation, oh, I really like to live here. Until you get home, you said, what am I talking about? I like where I come from better. Life is what it is, and we do not pay attention to what we like or dislike. There's nothing wrong with the CRAs. They may be needing some tweaking like everything else does. You know, and it is what it is. We do not accept things like they are. We always want to make it better. Well, sometimes in life, you better be satisfied with what you are, because better is not always the answer. It's living comfortably where you're at, where you can go see people and understand. Like we said the other day, Mr. Digfelder was correct about the front porch. There's only one problem with that. You can build all the porches you want. Most of them will never be used. People are used to having air conditioning, a $69,000 TV set that goes from one wall to the other wall. They don't want to move. They want to be like a couch potato. They want to live that way. That's fine. Don't bother about changing a tire. When have you seen an individual change a tire in a car? I do. Well, no. I ain't finished yet. You spoke too soon. When you had to take it off the axle and pound it with a hammer and a crossbar, you ain't seen that, right? Well, I did many of them. It's too easy now. You get a tire, you can run for 50 miles with a flat tire. Can you beat that? So you take it to the neighborhood, it costs you $15, $20 to fix the tire. Things have changed, and we have to understand that we're going to live in another world. And if you think you don't talk to the neighbors now, you will be talking to no one in your house. Look at the kids in the morning in the bus line. No one's looking at each other eye to eye. They're all on the cell phone. They're right next to each other. How many times, and listen to this, this is the most important one. How many times have you and I shake hands with somebody, hi, my name is, and you're like this, hi, my name is. They don't even look at you in the eye. It's about me, not about us. And until we got to being us, the me's are going to override us. It ain't about Republicans or Democrats. It's about all of them. The country's going the wrong way. Thank you very much.
Councilman Vieira, do you have anything you want to add to about directorship?
No, it's it's something that interests me. I voted to have a report back on it and to discuss it, et cetera. I think it's certainly something that can get us more engaged. It's things that I look forward to continuing to hear from my colleagues on in terms of the rationale and justification of it. I take the position that there is no radical changes needed in the CRAs. I think that the basic ingredients that we have here right now, if we work with them and make them more robust, then we can improve it, particularly through community involvement, continuing to have the board be involved, et cetera, with the invigorated narrative that we've seen. I think that's a good thing. But it certainly is something that I'm open to, and I want to continue to hear from colleagues who are pushing this to continue to see the rationale and justification for it. So I'm certainly open to it, but I think we're right now in an investigatory time for it, and we want to see why this is necessary. We're going to be spending, what are we looking at, about maybe $150,000, $200,000 to pay somebody?
You just said we can't pay more.
Okay, well, okay, I missed that. Okay, so we're capped. But in other words, it's going to be a significant investment, and I want to continue to see why that investment is necessary. But it's certainly something that I'm not presently opposed to and open to. I certainly think it's something that could help us. But again, radically restructuring CRAs as we have them right now is something that I would be opposed to. But if we can have, incremental changes working within our system and have this be one of them, I'm certainly open to that.
Councilman Goods, thank you for joining us again. I briefed you on where our discussion is going. Do you have anything you'd like to add?
Yes, sir. Great meeting this morning I had with the mayor and the black elected officials, and I tell you, CRA was kind of one of the topics we met with the mayor about in the development of East Tampa and the kind of direction that we want to see in East Tampa. As you said, you told me about the hiring of an executive director, if I'm not mistaken. I'm all for that. You can't serve two masters. And I think that you need to have somebody who can handle our managers and bring back that information to whoever the city's going to hire and have that fused together. But I'm just thinking that to have one boss controlling everybody, I think we have a big city. We have CREs, things are going on each one. I just think it's a big job. So I'm in favor to look at the process of hiring an executive director to handle our CRAs, and that way our managers are dealing strictly with that person, and now we have a direct line of communication versus not getting communication as in the past, and that way we'll be able to question what's going on.
Thank you, Councilman Goods. Councilman Dingfelder.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Picked up on a couple of points that I just wanted to get clarification on. And perhaps, I don't know if we're voting on anything today, but probably not, but maybe at our next CRA meeting. Are we talking about a person who is just the CRA manager? In other words, the prior several people who've had this job had two hats. They were the CRA manager and they were the economic development manager. I feel that we're sort of leaning toward having a person who's just focused on being the CRA manager and responding to us. as their first line of defense. Those are probably two different issues, so maybe I shouldn't presume that. But I think we need to get some clarity among ourselves if this person should just have that one responsibility. Again, going to your point, Mr. Goods, if that person continues to have those two responsibilities, then they're going to be a bit schizophrenic in terms of answering us on the CRA issues and answering to the mayor on the economic development issues. My leaning would be that the new position would just be a CRA manager alone, which leads me to my next point is in terms of salary, I think the prior salary that that person had was very high because it was also the economic development person. And I'm not diminishing the role of the CRA, but I think we need to look at what these CRA managers are making and have it be, 20% higher or something like that than the highest one of these folks to establish that. But I don't think it needs to be like way up there the way it was before, especially because the city's going to have to, if in fact we split it out as two different positions, the city's going to have to fund that other position. We, as the city, are going to have to fund that other position, separately, probably at a pretty high level too. So, anyway, those are just some thoughts.
You had a statement or a question?
Just a quick question, if I may. What do, and maybe we can find this out, what do other, not comparing apples to oranges here, but what do other CRAs do in other cities? Do they have a separate dedicated individual like this that reports solely to the CRA, or do they have that, the merger, I guess, if you will, that we've had now? I mean, if you know that by any chance.
We looked this up when it first got brought up in May to go out and try and find out, and the FRA tracks all of this. So they gave us, I believe, 2 or 3 out of the 200 plus CRAs that are not contracting with their governing body, which would be the city of Tampa or Hallandale Beach or whoever it may be, for city staff. In those few other instances, they are using an outside entity where they're contracting. There's 1 or 2 companies that do it for a few, and they come in more as being hired for certain expertise, a certain project. And then there are 2 or 3, and I've got it written down at my desk, where they are actually hiring with an outside firm to handle their CRAs. They are much smaller than we are. There have been instances where they did go out to a private contractor and then brought it back in-house. But there are 2 now that sort of have a mix. There's city staff or governmental staff.
I think that's a slightly
mixed.
different question than what Mr. Vieira was asking.
Yeah.
You want to clarify, Lou?
Yeah, no, and thank you, Councilman. No, what I was saying is other cities, do they have a CRA director that reports solely to the CRA and not the administration? In other words, or you don't know?
No, that's what I'm saying is no. They're city staff that are reporting as part of the city administration. They are not what you are referring to as a direct only report. So it's the same type of situation we have.
Would we be the first to do that?
No, we wouldn't. I wouldn't say we'd be the first. We'd be in the minority of probably less than 1%.
That's what I thought.
And those that have done that have gone back because the disjunction between and that loss, as was talked about earlier, of how a separate entity, a separate reporting entity, interacts with the remaining city departments as a somewhat segregated entity. You lose what you gain or you perceive you gain at this end, you may lose at the other end, and there is so much work that is done in conjunction with the rest of the city.
Yeah.
So that's what I was addressing, yes.
And that's what I want to see, which is, very, very little in life is black and white. There's often a lot of gray, and I want to see what's the gray in this? What's the gray in this? Again, I'm open to the idea. I'm not opposed to it. There's other things that have been proposed that I think are respectfully, what is that saying? An answer potentially in search of a problem, I guess, if you will. This, I don't necessarily see that, but I still want to continue to see the justification for that. Again, I'm not opposed to it, but in other words, I'm glad we're having this dialogue.
Councilman Goods?
I just want to make sure we're clear. I'm looking for a CRA director to manage my CRAs with those managers. and still that CR director has a relationship with whoever the city hires as their economic person or whoever. So that's the relationship I'm looking for. That way we have a direct person to deal with our issues or issues that this board wants to enact and so forth, and that person solely can deal with the economic person of the city. So I want to just make sure I'm clear where I'm coming from, that I'm looking at a sole person that deals with our managers and deals with that person on the city side. And if you look at it, you talked about cost factor. If we say we don't want to split that in half anymore, I mean, the city would have to, city dollars would have to fund their economic person anyway, because they're doing a search anyway. So we're just giving them extra dollars to I guess before to split that cost that we're doing, but now the city would have to take on that burden as their own because they're hiring their own person, just like we have to take on that cost of hiring our own director. So, and I think we need to look at what the actual salary around the state for an actual director is. And again, I wouldn't want to pay anybody higher than the mayor.
Councilman Carlson.
I think that the question that was asked is totally different than the answer that was given. The question is about who does the top person managing the CRAs report to, and at least anecdotally, I've heard that ours is an exception among major cities. And if we're going to analyze that, I would like to get some outside group to do it. One of the reasons to do this is that not to look too far back, but there was the perception, I think internally and externally, that the CRA board had very little control over the CRA because of the way it was structured and the individuals who were involved. Not at this level, but at the top. If the person who's running economic development is running to CRA, and that person is the right hand of the mayor, that person's going to do whatever the mayor wants. And I really like this mayor. I think this mayor is benevolent and is going to work with us, but there's no reason why we can't collaborate. And the the idea here is to think about, we have a lot of CRAs, we have more than many other cities. Don't the CRAs, don't these communities deserve to have their own person looking over them, and the person is accountable to us? The question is about accountability and making sure that they're focused, and hopefully it would save the time of the other staff, because we would interface with that person and then we would hold the city contract accountable. And the other way to do it is to completely bring all of it into the CRA and create our own infrastructure. And as my colleague next to me mentioned, there are some HR reasons and purchasing reasons, others why we shouldn't do that. And we wear two hats, so why would we take the money away from one hat to give to the other? But having an executive director shows that that we have somebody who's reporting directly to us and that they're accountable to us. And the other choice is that we officially outsource the whole thing to the city. We go ahead and abdicate our authority, and we say we're not going to, we don't need to oversee this anymore.
Councilman Maniscalco.
Just real quick, in past administration and whatnot, and when I was chair of the CRA, we just didn't flex our muscle. That's what it was. And going back to the comments that I made when Councilwoman Salcedo was here, you don't realize how powerful you are. You don't realize how powerful you are as the CRA board. And I remember in one instance, I don't know if it was Councilmember Reddick, the administration was opposed to something, he made a motion, and the board approved it. I mean, it wasn't anything major, but still, we were able to push back to a certain degree. So that's just my experience from that.
Councilman Miranda.
Thank you very much. It's just that the CRA, all we talk about right now is the negatives. So you mean to tell me that from the CRAs were first started in 2003, 2004, whenever there was the first one and the second ones and so forth, they've all been failures? That nothing's happening nowhere, nothing's happening in East Tampa, nothing's happening in Channelside, nothing's happening downtown, nothing's happening in Drew Park? Then what the hell do we have them for? Can you tell me we've been failures? And if we have, it's our responsibility not to be a failure. We have the same last vote. No one, if I accuse somebody of malfeasance or whatever, I follow through with it. Has anybody been charged on anything? Has anything been missing? Has the money disappeared without nothing happening? Answer those questions. Nothing's happened in downtown. Nothing's happened in, I think there's what, 7 or 8, 9 CRAs? Nothing's happened? Then we've been robbed. So the CRA board members should all be in jail. Because nothing happened. Money disappeared. I don't think that's the case. Just look at the city what it was then, and look at the city where we're at now. And although it's been, in my opinion, successful, I've always said that I will not create another CRA. It's not because of that. It's because, as my colleague, Mr. Carlson says, because the money's taken out of the general fund, and people that don't have a CRA are paying for some of the entities without getting any benefits. And you have to spread the money evenly. And when you cap at something, and I'm not going to go back to sports, but what does development rights mean? Oh, I'll build you a ballpark, but I want development rights. What does that mean? Is that a CRA or not? Just another name that they want to steal your money. So what are we talking about? What are we running away from? Ourselves? If I'm going to fall, I'm going to fall by myself. I don't need any help. I'm sure as hell going to try to get up. Anyway, that's much of my feeling. Thank you.
One quick.
Then I've got a statement, and then Ms. Van Loan is going to wrap this up. Please, Councilman Dingfelder.
Yep. And with all due respect to Michelle, I noticed Mr. Bennett is back revisiting with us, and I'm just wondering, John, if you have had any time to work on this concept, if the administration as our current vendor, I'm just kidding, as our partner in this, if you've had any chance to come up with any suggestions in terms of reconfiguring this director issue.
John Bennett, Chief of Staff, thank you for the welcome back. So we have talked about it through the administration. I'd like to kind of focus on some of the comments that Board Member Maniscalco talked about the opportunity to use that power in conjunction with an exclusive director working on the CRA with the managers. However, we do say that as, within the administration, and I heard the comments about, once we hire somebody to replace Mr. McDonough in the economic development area, that it sounded to me like there was a tone of risk. And that's not what the administration is offering. The administration is offering an opportunity for you to be involved in the selection process, for you as the CRA board to be involved in the scope of the position. We've already secured 2 recruiting firms that can recruit not only nationally, but potentially internationally if we have to. We want to get the best executive director to serve this board and get the outcomes that we've been talking about, at least in the 2 meetings and now this workshop that I've been involved in.
John, can I jump in real quick?
Sure.
Structurally, I know you were out for a little while, but
no, I think I know.
There's been some different ideas in terms of, is this 2 people with 2 different jobs, okay? Or are you looking at it as 1 person with 2 different jobs, which is how it's been in the past?
Yeah, maybe I'm not understanding 2 different jobs. This is a single focus.
No, I mean 2 different jobs. CRA, economic development.
No, strictly focused on the CRA.
One person,
one
job.
focus on the CRA, working with this board to work with the managers to accomplish the goals and objectives of all CRAs, all CRPs, and all SAPs.
And the economic development is a different person doing a
completely different person doing, obviously working collaboratively with this director, but allowing the partnership to occur organically within both the administration and the CRA board for the best outcomes. I can tell you right now, the administration is going to be focused on hiring an economic developer that understands the undertones of everything that's been mentioned in here, starting with all of the things we're trying to fix. I can go from affordable housing all the way on. We want to see, that's why the administration is here, to support the things in the community that are from your efforts as the CRA board, the CICs, the public, and of course the administration. We're not going to accept anything less. We're willing to take the scope from you for this executive director position and work on a recruiting process and the selection process that engages the CRA board to make sure that we have the right chemistry to work exclusively in this environment, sole focused, and yet in conjunction with the next economic developer that the city hires.
Thank you, Joe.
All right, we're going to finish this workshop sometime today. Councilman Goods.
Mr. Bennett, I thank you for the work you've been doing. We just left out of a meeting together, and these same issues we kind of talked about.
Absolutely.
So I'm happy to hear what you're saying right now, because a lot of issues, we talked about our CRAs, especially we talked again about the East Tampa CRA, and we brought those up in that meeting. So I like the tone of the mayor, what she's talking about, and the suggestions that I made, and some that you all have made, and especially dealing with some of the properties that we talked about. So I'm happy with that. So saying that, gentlemen, I think it's kind of aligning with kind of what I believe most of the board is looking at doing, especially when I say serving two masters. You got somebody who's dedicated to that, who's collaborating with the other party to making everything work. So thank you for the meeting just with the mayor and the ideas that we all talked about.
Absolutely. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, just a couple of quick things. One, the former CFO, when she presented to us in one of the first meetings, showed us that Tampa is lagging the state economically, and I showed some of the slides the other day. Our poverty rate is really high. We need to address those issues, and we do that by diversifying our economy. I asked her why Tampa was lagging, and she said because our economy is not as diverse as other cities in the state. A lot of our economy is based on growth, which is people moving to the area, buying homes, new companies moving to the area. We have to diversify, and we have to address the issues of poverty. And so if we have 2 full-time people, they still won't have enough time to address all the issues that we have to address. The last thing is that when I talked about this idea in the beginning, one of the things I suggested was that even though we could make the decision on the CRA person ourselves, the chief and the mayor should be included in the interview process, because we need somebody who can get along with everyone. Carol Post should interview them, and ideally, if we get the economic development position first, that person should interview. We need to make sure that there's collaboration with everybody. Thank you.
Councilman Vieira.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Yeah, and again, when we're taking a look at this prospective position by CRA, there's a lot of questions I want to explore, such as, for example, like I said, what do other similarly sized cities do? I want to look at that. Again, like I said, I want to make sure that we're not having an answer in search of a problem, so to speak, or whatever. I'm probably mangling the saying, but you know what I'm trying to say. And when we spoke about having an economic developer, economic development head, a couple of things I talked about was, number one, make sure that it's somebody who's a diverse hire. I think that's certainly something that's very, very important, looking at, as I'm sure you all will, looking at all different backgrounds, et cetera. Number two, making sure that we can have somebody who can work with the CRA board, city council, et cetera, who's willing to engage. Someone who's going to get support. I want somebody who's going to be supported by every single member here, as somebody that we can all work with on all issues, and then somebody who's going to be community minded, who's going to go to these meetings, go to community meetings with his or her sleeves rolled up, ready to engage folks on what the community needs. So I think as it pertains to this issue here of having a CRA director, if you will, there's a lot of questions that still need to be answered. There's a lot of different issues that have to go forward on this. Again, I'm open to the idea. I'm prospectively supportive of it, but there's a lot of questions that got to be answered on it, in my opinion. So, and I think that your presentation in terms of what you're talking about with an economic I think that's certainly something that is part of the process.
Mr. Chairman, if you don't mind, something you just touched on, Mr. Vieira, and Chief, I want you to kind of look at this as well, and to the managers. As a councilman, I go to tons of community meetings, tons of them. And I think this new person and our managers now need to be going to some of these community association meetings so they can actually hear. You could have a CAC board, but that doesn't mean it's a mix of all different communities. But I just believe that those managers need to be going out, and I don't want to say put extra work on them or what have you, but to really get a gauge of the pulse of the people. I believe they need to go to those meetings and listen to those folks who do come into the association. You know, I look at the Jackson Heights Association. I look at a few others that have a good group, but all of them don't go to a CAC partnership meeting. But they do have their own, because you know they're some of them are elderly, middle aged, they have jobs at work, but they will go to their own meeting. So I think we need to look at that, making sure they're out, hearing what all the people say, and that way they can gauge those needs when we're talking at the CAC meeting with those board members to see what they're hearing, what the board is hearing, and make some good decisions. So we won't get this, well, that ain't what I heard, I don't know what the people was talking about, and we don't get into these kind of conflicts, but we all have a base of what the people want. So thank you, Mr. Chairman, for bringing that up. That's very crucial, I believe, going forward.
Just quick.
Just surely, go right ahead. Who's
Thank
here?
you. I appreciate that. Yeah, and just to bounce off my colleague, Councilman Good's point, when I talked about, to me, community meetings are so important. In my almost 3 years on council, I think I've done like 16, 17 town halls. I really believe in them, 110%, which is rolling your sleeves up and being a part of the community. And whoever this individual is, if I can't picture them with their sleeves rolled up in a large room of 60 people, maybe a third of whom aren't happy with what's going on, maybe all of whom aren't happy, then that's not going to be my person. Because you need somebody who can take the heat, who's willing to take the heat, who's going to run to the heat. That's what I'm going to be looking for myself. And so that's kind of why I mentioned that.
Yeah, I think if I could real quick, you know, I opened up earlier, I know it was early, but about those 4 cornerstones of people and personnel. Personnel need to be with the people to understand what the people want in all different facets. I grew up in the same lane of taking everything to the field in the community. One of the mayor's objectives, which is the whole reason that we supported the initiative at Young the other day, was to bring government to the people, not have to bring people to the government. So we're talking the same language here specifically. But the one thing I want to point out that, you know, as we land on a CRA director scope and model, when that person, her or him, turns around, we want to make sure they have a support of the city network to get the job done, because that's absolutely critical. And my concern is that they need all of the city horsepower, all the city departments, which is kind of the model that we enjoy now. The part that I'm trying to put over the table is the inclusive part of the board to make sure that we get both competency and chemistry based on where we want to go and move on the status quo, which is what this administration has been trying to do now for the first 5 months in its existence. So we've heard that. That's exactly what we want. Same thing for the economic development director. Over everything, we want that to be another dovetail to everything we've talked about. So we're 100% speaking the same language. I just want to make sure that when it comes time to execution, when that director does the best of all those 4 cornerstones, works with the people, works with the policymakers, that they can turn around with the support of the city personnel and actually deliver the outcomes. And that's a big part of this equation.
Councilman Dingfelder.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've been thinking about this and maybe trying to come up with a hybrid, because on the one hand, several of us, including Mr. Carlson, I think Mr. Goose, have felt very passionate about how does this person, now that I think we've refined it a little bit, the CRA manager,
Director.
how do they answer to 2 masters, or can they answer to 2 masters, et cetera, et cetera. And I think perhaps we need to do a little bit of legal research, and I whispered this to Ms. Zellman a second ago, in terms of saying perhaps we continue structurally to allow that person to be part of city staff, to be paid on city payroll, et cetera. Obviously, the money originates in CRA, but leave it channeled through the city payroll. But could there within our contract, within our service agreement with the city, we would say that person would only be offered that job if that person had a minimum of 5 votes from this body, and if that person doesn't, at some point in time, we lose faith in that person with a minimum of 5 or with 5 votes, that we could recommend that dismissal of that person. So on a day-to-day basis, we don't intrude, we're not allowed to intrude into the hiring and firing that goes on next door because the charter doesn't allow that. But because we have a service agreement, and I don't think I know the answer to this, I don't think Ms. Zellman does because I just popped it up on her. But because we have a service agreement, maybe we can intrude a little bit in the hiring and firing of that position.
So, let me.
You following where I'm going?
100% I'm following where you're going. So, first of all, this level of position from an HR point of view is going to be an at-will position. Right? This is not somebody that's going to be in the civil service protection side. They're going to be at will. So I can't imagine for a minute, I'm just going to go grassroots here, that if somebody that you're included in the selection process, in other words, you're favorably asking for this director to be part of this team and this CRA board, is underperforming at some point, that the city administration is not going to want to support the board in their replacement or some other performance plan, because we all want the same outcomes. But as far as oversight and getting the horsepower of the city behind that director to get those things done in the field that the CRA board votes upon through the processes that we've been talking about, that's the energetics that I'm trying to make sure happens for the CRA board. But I can't imagine a scenario, and again, if it requires legalese, then that's fine, we can explore it. But I can tell you from the spirit of the administration, the last thing we want to do is hire somebody in a vacuum and protect them in a vacuum if it's not delivering the CRA board's outcomes, most importantly, the community outcomes.
I would agree with you. Let me just respond real quick, Mr. Chair. I agree with you philosophically in a hopeful way. But what I am looking to do is codify something, if possible, if legally possible, to codify something that would always be there and always remind that person that if 5 members, and I just throw that out there, it could be 4 or 6, but if 5 members of this body is not happy, then they could be headed out the door real quick. And then that way, it's a regular reminder of who they answer to.
I'm a little confused.
Councilman Gooch, and then I want to get back to the real person that's here, Miss Michelle Van Loan. I think she's going to have a lot of answers to the questions that we're talking about right now. Councilman Gooch, go ahead.
If it's a higher
She's looking a bit befuddled there, Joe.
No, we had a little sidebar, and I think that she's got the answers.
Okay. If
The majority of the answers, not all.
If it's a city hire,
Yeah.
if I hear what you're saying, if it's a city hire, to still continue to operate with both, you're saying if we can implement something into the contract, because that person is also doing city economic business.
No. No. I think we got past that
We're
hurdle.
going
We
to
say
hire
this is just a
exclusively
CRA
for-
manager.
Okay.
But my point is, in terms of hiring, that we would have to give at least a 5-member blessing to that hire. They could bring a recommendation.
Okay, all right.
And but that person would still have to get over that 5-vote hire. And at some point down the road, let's say they love that person, but we're not loving that person so much.
Okay.
All of a sudden, we come up with 5 votes, and that person would be, well, it would be our strong recommendation, I guess, that person would hit the road. So
Okay.
If I can
Now
just
I'm on the
follow
page.
up on that, and then we
Quickly,
can get back
please.
to Michelle. The one thing I'd ask you to consider, especially wearing 2 different executive government hats in the last 4 years, as you know, the county commission hires a county administrator to run the county. And quite often, when those positions come with those kind of risk factors, they usually include things in a kind of a contract scenario that are not the same that when you hire a regular director or even a chief of staff, they don't enjoy those contractual outings, if you will. So that's something I just want you to keep in the back of your mind. If that's a concept, that person, him or her coming in, are going to feel a little different level of risk. And you may have to look at that a little differently than what we traditionally have done with city hires. So I just want to make sure I round that point out.
Councilman Miranda.
Let me understand what the chief of staff just said in a very polite way. He said it to you very politely in nice words. I'm going to break it down for you. That person has no benefits from the city, no retirement from the city, right, so far?
No.
You're gonna have to set up your own retirement plan. You're gonna have to set up your own, that person can't retire from the city, he's not a city employee.
Well, the scope I think we're looking at, Councilman Miranda, is that this hybrid scenario that's suggested, the way I'm understanding is we would, with the selection process being part of the CRA board, the inclusion of the scope and everything, the city would still hire that person. They would be a city director, but exclusively working on CRA items with the CRA board and overseeing the managers. However, if there's going to be some sort of suggestion that a vote from council can remove them out of position, then what will happen is, I just want to bring up a parallel universe, that person may feel an incredible level of risk working for 7 folks with a vote, and it just may invoke it. And there's folks out there that do this, but I'm looking for somebody who's coming in with the heart and soul of both the CRA board and working with the administration, most importantly the community, that is not going to put us at that kind of risk and is going to get the job done.
God forbid we have to involve HR. Councilman Carlson.
I'm sorry. So then what I'm saying, that person is gonna be a city employee?
Yes. I mean, that's the proposal we're offering. Is
Well, I understand that,
city
that's not the
employee.
way I understood it in the beginning.
Yeah, no, this is just more of a way
Maybe
for.
I'm wrong, but I
Sir?
didn't understand it in the beginning. They wanted to break away and be their own executive director of the CRA.
Now, if that's the case, you're exactly right.
I'm not sure what we
Yeah.
want. 'cause
If that's
I've heard
the
something different from what I
request.
heard on
Again,
earlier.
Again, Ms. Van Loan is going to give us some options. Councilman Carlson.
Yeah, I think that the person should be a city employee who's paid out of the city council HR budget, just like the aides and Marty are paid. That way it's clear that the person reports to city council. If it's and if we do it that way, the person is still an employee, maybe at executive level, whatever, but they're still an employee. If it's a person that is just added to the outsource list, the same as all the other CRA managers, then we're exactly the same place we are now, and we could just reorganize and do the same thing. It takes away most of the reason to create this, in my mind. I would be against that. I'm in favor of having it run through city council HR.
So, just so I'm clear, we want a city council employee under the city council budget to supervise city employees and city staff.
To supervise the outsource contract between the CRA and the city.
Which also includes overseeing the
So
city.
they're not doing the hiring and firing of the employees. They're not doing annual reviews or any of that stuff. All they're doing is holding them accountable to the strategic plan of the CRA. So the city staff can still look over that. The difference is that this person is coordinating with them and holding them accountable for the results. And if we don't get the results, then the executive director would report to you or the mayor and say, we're not getting the results from our outsource contract, and you fix it however you want to fix it, but we're not happy with the way it's working right now.
Ms. Owen.
I just wanted to point out, when the city council decided to have its own city council attorney in the form of Marty Shelby, that actually required a charter amendment. And as you'll recall, because some of us were on the charter review board committee together, it also required a charter amendment to create, I believe we added language giving the city council members more control over the hiring and firing of their aides. So I'm concerned that what you're suggesting might venture into territory that would require a charter amendment for the Tampa City Council itself to be paying for the CRA director. So I just wanted to raise that red flag.
You're the attorney, and you're the attorney, and you may remember better than I. But the way I remembered it was staff, not just legislative aides. That we were able to hire. The city council was able to hire their own staff. But we can figure that out from a charter point of view. The point to me is that it's clear that that this position reports to the CRA board and no one else.
And I think what I'm saying is we want them single focus, single function, with the inclusion and the recommendations from the CRA board, but working obviously with city staff to get the outcomes. Because what I don't want to do is that person who's been hired turn around and they're not getting the same level of support that they need as if they were a city director.
Houston, we have a problem.
Chief, can we hear from
Yes.
Ms. Van Loan?
You can.
She doesn't want to come up here. She doesn't want to discuss this. But Ms. Van Loan, I believe, has some options for us. And she's still shaking her head no.
We may need to get Ms. Van Loan.
You need an S at the end of the R.
Van Loan has one master, and the arrow is pointing that way. So the buck stops here with decision-making and recommendations.
Well, and that's, again, we have vehemently socialized this with the administration. We've heard the need. We think that this is a great opportunity for change management, to make sure that the board, and I heard what former Councilman Salsina said, and I agree that it's time to do things different, mostly to get the outcomes. We need to get the outcomes in the communities. I grew up with that passion here for 30 years. Most of you have done it that long or longer. It's time to make those differences. It's going to start with that leader. It's going to start with picking the right person collectively and then getting the horsepower with city staff, mostly the community, to get this stuff done in the field. I'm just going to keep reiterating the same thing. I have supervised many thousands of people in many different organizational models, and I'm looking for chemistry and competency. And what I'm afraid is that if there is a firewall between that process, we're not going to get those results. I can almost guarantee it.
Yes, you have something from the 8th floor.
I would actually like to make an editorial comment, not a legal comment. I think we're discounting the ability of people to wear two hats. You all sit as the city council, but today you're sitting as the CRA board. I'm an employee of the city, but I'm the CRA's attorney. I think, with all due respect to Michelle, I think the CRA is her master, and I've seen her work ethic, and I was working with her all day yesterday as well. And I think that at the end of the day, the CRA managers that I've observed here on day 55 of my return to the city, and by the same token, this person you're talking about hiring can be a city employee, but yet serve the CRA as their master, looking out for the interests of the CRA. You know, that's my job when I'm sitting as CRA attorney. That's Michelle's job and all the CRA managers' jobs as they work. So to some extent, I think we're splitting hairs when we say, you know, who's their master, just because their salary is paid for by the city. If they've been hired by the city to serve the CRA, then that's their job description, that's their duties. I don't see it as who's their master. And that, again, that's an editorial comment, but it's coming from someone who's doing it right at this moment. I'm a city employee who is serving as the CRA attorney with people who are both city council members and CRA board members.
But with due respect, Ms. Zelman, you are the city attorney. And your job on our charter, you don't have a side. Your side is to give the best advice to us or the mayor's office, say who's right or who's wrong. That's the city attorney's job. That's what your job as a city CRA attorney is. As it relates to the other city employees, how it's been running and how most council feel or outside community feel, that when you had one person in charge of city economic development and the CRA, it felt like the economic development person was handling how they wanted to go versus how what the CRA was orchestrated or CSC was orchestrating to do.
And I'm not suggesting that one person. I'm agreeing that you should have a dedicated CRA manager. Absolutely. I'm just saying that if that dedicated CRA manager's salary is paid by the city, they will still be, in my opinion, they can still be completely responsive to the wishes of the CRA, because we all do that. Again, I'm doing that right now. You're doing that when you switch your hat. So that's what I'm saying. I was not going back to the split model. Oh. I just want to make that clear.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
I offer a quick analogy, and Councilman Goods will know this very specifically. Every time we put a school resource officer in a school, that school has to agree that that's a right fit for that school. It's a much smaller scale, but that school is a city within itself. And I know this from overseeing the school resource officers. The minute that principal calls and says this person's not a good fit, what do you think the chief of police did? Move that person out, because they want the best relationship with that school and that school community as possible. take that times 100 for this, because the CRA is a city within the city. And, you know, I don't think many of us can attest for anything in the past, but I do want to echo Councilman Miranda's point earlier about good things have had to happen. We just need to do great things now. I think it's time to move from good to great. And I think the way that starts is with an excellent hire, a diverse hire in a CRA director role. It starts with looking at all of the strategic action plans that feed that system. And of course, all roads end here with the CRA board in making those decisions for the community and the horsepower of city personnel to get it done after it's all executed at that level. That's where I feel we're at.
Councilman Dingfelder.
Thank you. I think this is a great discussion. And I think there's some fluidity in the discussion. A minute ago, I thought about this 5 votes and that sort of thing, and maybe Mr. Bennett has at least temporarily persuaded me that we don't necessarily need that. And part of that is, and part of why I agree with that is the services agreement language speaks to the fact that we can part company in 90 days notice or something like that. Not that we're looking to do that or anything like that, but so there's always flexibility down the road. I think we're making a very important and positive step in breaking out that Bob McDonough, what was Mark's last name? Mark Huey position into now being 2 positions. I think that's a good positive first step. Ms. Zellman, I appreciate your comments actually, because you kind of put things in perspective. But I think we're making a good first step in doing that. I think we're all 8 of us are in agreement on that, that should be broken out. And I think that's the direction we should head. I think we should hire that publicize, scope and publicize and hire that manager toot suite. I'm not totally wedded to the 5 votes in or 5 votes out, but I am going to suggest instead of that item 17 on our services agreement, which doesn't exist right now, would be something along the lines of that the city will hire a manager and staff that works closely with the CRA board, some sort of language like that. That's not there. Items 1 through 16 is a lot of nuts and bolts. Right. But maybe item 17 is, or maybe item 1 is that you're going to hire a staff manager and the rest of the 10 folks that are behind you that will work closely and in conjunction with the CRA board. Maybe that's enough for today, and we can take I won't say baby steps because that sounds puny. We can take some smaller steps, and maybe I'm okay with that.
I couldn't agree more with moving the needle, moving the bar as far as we can go so we could leapfrog into the future as quick as possible. I think getting that job description out, getting the selection process going, if that's the will of the CRA board, is critical. I think having language that supplies a single focus and accountability in addition to your agreement is an important facet of that. We want to make sure that we have as much integrity in this as possible. That's actually, and that's what I said earlier, we need to look at those vehicles that get us to the outcomes that succeed this group right here, because as tomorrow goes on and all of our seats get replaced, we want the same outcomes for the community. And the only way to get that is to build a strong system, have strong outcomes, and let them move into the next 5, 10, 15, 20 years of improvements in our neighborhoods.
Ms. Van Loan, are you still there?
She's still here.
The only thing that I would add, or I was going to say before the chief walked in, is getting back to some of the early comments we had when we started this discussion, and a comment that Councilman Carlson said. Most of what you talked about were the issues. What were we trying to address by bringing this issue up? Were reference to 2 personnel that are no longer with the city. and not to the structure itself per se that caused the issues, but the personalities that were holding those positions. So with the administration looking at splitting out a dedicated position to just the CRAs to help address some of those issues, to having an inclusive hiring process to make sure that there is that gelling with the person that will be involved heavily on both sides of the aisle, and where this new administration and new personnel are trying to take this city and the relationship they're trying to establish with this CRA board, we're basically asking, let us move forward to address these issues, give us a chance to address these issues, and as Councilman Dingfelder so eloquently said, if we're not heading in the right direction that you agree with, you at any time have that ability to change course.
And if I could make one more postscript to what Michelle just said, which I think is very important. If this CRA director gets in office before we finalize an executive director for economic development, that's going to be part of the selection process, that ability for that chemistry to be there, because this is a huge part of that job description. And I know in the selection processes that I've been in, you bring in staff to see what that feels like. And so I think if that person's in place, it's going to be part of the driver who gets that additional seat, so we can have that continuity of service between the CRA board, the community outcomes, and overall economic development, which is also shaped by you and your influences.
Councilman Goose.
Mr. Chairman, are we taking motions today on this item? Looking to move forward today in reference to the CRA director position, or were we willing to wait to city administration hires their person? How are we looking to proceed with that today?
What is the will of this board?
I don't have issue with that. I don't have issue making the motion today.
Chairman, if they're gonna make motions, I want it clearly so I know what I'm voting on. Exactly who's paying what, who's gonna do what, it's gotta be included, because right now, from what I thought I heard in the beginning, that now it's changed 50%.
If I may I have the outline, if I may, have the outline of the duties, how responsibilities are gonna be met of this new director, and present that to us at our official
That's fine.
next
That's why I came
CRA board.
That's why I asked the question.
We should get public input.
Yes.
Agreed.
Thank you very much. Ms. Van Loan, if you need a reference for this directorship, please, you can use my name. Councilman Carlson.
Just, Ms. Van Loan, what you said a few minutes ago, I think is really important, and sorry to be kind of stuck in that fear. But there were, right or wrong, my colleagues next to me might disagree, but rightly or wrongly, fairly or unfairly, the allegation in the past was that the last mayor went quietly to the person who was in charge and pushed certain deals that may or may not have been priorities of the community or the board, and so I just want to, as custodians of the community's money, of the taxpayers' money, I want to make sure that we're making the right decisions, that we're showing that we are asking the tough questions. And sorry to hit you all repeatedly with these questions, but if we don't ask the questions, then if something happens, we'll be criticized. So we want to make sure that we're really on top of everything. And the second thing, which is really important, I've said over and over again, is we need to focus on economic development, not just real estate development. We need people in both of these positions that are focused on things like ending poverty and finding housing for people and working on entrepreneurship and real economic growth in our community, not subsidizing companies from outside and not just focused on measuring. We can't just measure our success on the buildings that are being built. Thank you.
And we did write down all your comments earlier, so I'm always furiously, if I'm not making eye contact, I'm writing down everything you say, your requests, your measurements, all your comments, so I do have that.
Thank you.
Ms. Van Loan, does this conclude your report, or do you have something else you would like to add?
We have one item I'd like to either kick down the road, which I think given the discussion you all just had, we should wait on that until November, and that's your services agreement. Until you settle on the discussion you've just had, I think we should push that down another month. What I will add to that is, to date, we still only have the input of one council member. So you have three options aside from the CRA director position. You can leave it as is. You can make just a more simplified, streamlined language. And I believe Councilman Carlson would still like to look at proposing an adjusted list with some of his ideas, especially given the context of today, the PowerPoint, our priorities on the CRP. So at some point, we do have to finalize which direction you want to go with that.
Councilman Carlson.
I think I was the one that pushed for this editing, and I would propose, because of the time that we postpone it. But am I allowed to hand out my, since we're on public record, am I allowed to hand out my list just so you all can see what I came up with? My point is that we need to just simplify the list and show that it's about more than just real estate. I thought the matrix that you provided was excellent at showing all the different kinds of services, and as you all are thinking about editing it, maybe give her your feedback, and then you see mine now, and you can give her the feedback so she can come back to us and let us know whether we should change it. My idea is just to simplify it and diversify it. Thanks.
So moving forward, which was the very last slide that you have, so you all will let me know what your feedback is on the proposed list and where you want to go with that. And I will send you out a form for feedback for priorities on the remaining CRAs, and respectfully request that that be back sometime by next Monday-ish, so that we can collate all that and get it to you within a reasonable time for your review before we come back to our November 14th meeting. With that, I have nothing else.
Councilman Goods.
Michelle, what is your exact position? I know you handle some CRAs too, and you do what else?
I am technically called an economic development specialist. I was hired initially 12 years ago to be a full-time project person within the East Tampa CRA. When we hit the recession, I expanded into Drew Park, and then when we added West Tampa, I also serve West Tampa, and then the Department of Economic Development in general, not meaning everything that Mr. McDonough. So I also handle some of the department economic development tasks. So I sit on the foreign trade zone, things like that.
Thank you.
Ms. Van Loan, I'd like to thank you very, very much for this presentation. Job well done. I look forward to working with you in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you all for indulging us.
Now, before we get to public comment, I would just like to make one comment. And we have the list of our CRAs in front of us. These were all once great communities. And the one thing that made them all great communities, the one thing they had in common was they were all business districts. Whether it was industrial, whether it was shopping, whether it was employment, they were all great business districts. Ybor City had the cigar factories. West Tampa, Armenia, Howard, Main Street, Central Avenue, Central Park. They were all industrial areas. They were all business districts. I'm hoping that we could look forward to the CRAs getting involved and bringing back economic growth to each and every one of these districts. We've had mayors in the past that saw that downtown, if I may use your words, the sidewalks were rolled up at 5 o'clock. A mayor said we needed an aquarium, we needed a convention center, and money was spent here. Without the CRAs, I don't think downtown would be what it is today. We had another mayor that saw his childhood home, Ybor City, blighted with drugs, prostitution, and crime. Invested money, made CRAs down there. Ybor City would not be what it is today without the CRAs. Those are proof. Those are proof that CRAs work, and it's proof that I'm sure that in East Tampa, West Tampa, Tampa Heights, Drew Park, these CRAs are going to succeed. I'd like to open it up for public comment. Each person that would like to make a...
If I may, I apologize to everybody. I have to leave in about 10 minutes for a private sector obligation that I have about 10 or 12 minutes for a 1 o'clock. Is this being recorded by any chance?
Yes, it is.
Good, so that in case if I'm missing.
It's not live, but it's being recorded.
Good, just in case if I miss anything, just my apologies.
If we have people that would like public comment, please line up to my left, your right, and you will be given 3 minutes. First person, please come on over.
Hello, my name is Ken Stoltenberg. I live at 1208
In
East
front of the
Kennedy.
lectern, please.
1208 East Kennedy Boulevard, in a complex known as Grand Central Kennedy in the Channel District. I'd like to show you something just real quick. Hopefully this will, can you guys see that?
Elmo, please. You're good.
Okay. It's a picture of the Channel District in 2004, which is on the cover of the Strategic Action Plan.
Elmo, please.
Elmo's not on
All right,
council's
well,
screens.
That's okay.
Yep.
Excuse me, the wolf.
That on there?
The wolf.
The wolf.
All right, there you go, that's it. This is a picture of the Channel District in 2004. As you can see, things have changed quite a bit and been quite positive there. I've been developing there since 2003, and I heard a lot of the things you said about walkable neighborhoods and also affordability in housing. The Channel District has been a CRA. It's about halfway through its natural life, and quite a bit has been accomplished, a lot of positive things. I heard what you said, Councilman Miranda, and I mean, when I went down there in 2003 and said I'd bring a supermarket down there, everybody thought I was either crazy, stupid, or both. Well, I saw a lot of you at the grand opening. Thank you for coming. Just 4 quick things. And I've gone through, I didn't go through section 163 last night like you did, Councilman Carlson, but as you can see, I've had these a while. I've got all kinds of notes on them. 4 things I think, and we've got a lot of projects moving forward, and I think Rob's doing a good job. We've got 9 capital projects that are going to get done in the next 2.5, 3 years. I would like to see us start planning the next round of projects because I've been on this board for just over a year now. It does take quite a bit of time to get these things planned to the point where they're ready to be executed. One of the things that the CRA can do is it can do marketing for the area. And that could be events, that could be newsletters, it could be all kinds of stuff. One of you asked, how do you know what the people are really thinking? We figured out how to do it in the Channel District. I had my associate Paige go and get the list of all the property managers for all the condo and apartment buildings. And we did a survey for what people want to see programmed in the park. Well, what we did was we gave that survey to all the property managers who in turn sent it out to all of the folks who actually live there. We got a great response. So we figured out how to do that and get directly to the people. So when staff says, hey, did you take enough time to figure out what the people wanted, we have a way to do that. A couple things I would like to see continue to focus on is open space, parking, and I'll say affordable housing, but I'll refine that to mean workforce housing. What that means to me is people making between, say, 75 to 125% of the median. They're the folks who I think are left out because they don't qualify for any of the, quote, affordable options, but they're people like teachers, firefighters, things like that, people that work in these buildings. So I'm going to take a stab at trying to figure out a plan for that. I think I have some ideas. I'd love the opportunity to come back to you at a future CRA meeting and tell you what I've come up with. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. Next, please.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Mr. Stoltenberg, let me publicly thank you for the work you have done in East Tampa. Mr. Stoltenberg was able to get our programs in East Tampa the first school board at the NFL Yet Center. I can remember when I was crying one night and didn't know how I was going to get a lot of the new uniforms for a lot of the inner city programs that I put in. He was the first gentleman that came out, and I opened a mailbox up one morning with $10,000 to start the programs off. So I know the work you do in our communities. You've been a long, long friend, and I know you know about workforce housing. I know you're going to come up with a plan because you've always come up with ideas to make things work for communities. And just want to thank you for your efforts.
Thank you very much.
I'm Chris Voidovich. I am the current chair of the YCDC. I'm also the treasurer of the Historic Ybor Neighborhood Civic Association and a full-time resident of Historic Ybor. Thank you, Mr. Chair and Council, for this workshop. I'm going to make a couple of comments and then circle back to why a few things in this workshop that I heard that I want to make sure that we address. One, Mr. Councilman Dingfelder and Councilman Citro mentioned that each of these CRAs is different. And what I'm going to talk about is where we are in the process. I don't know where all the other CRAs are in the process, but Ybor City has recently revamped their vision plan. The 2020 vision plan is going to be coming to you for approval. So we're at the point where we've gone out and sought that community involvement that Councilman Carlson brought up and has been mentioned actually by several of you. I know Councilman Goods, you mentioned it as well. We went out, sought that involvement from public workshops, online surveys, social media, et cetera. So we did a lot of reach out to get public comment in and recreate or update our strategic plan with the things that are important to the community and what the community wants to do. So back to this workshop. I think that's what's really important here as you look to hire is that certain CRAs are going to be at the point where they're trying to revamp that strategic plan. They're going to need some strategic leadership and thought leadership coming kind of down the pyramid and how to flip the pyramid over so that you're getting the folks in the community involved. EBOR is at the point where we're going to really need what the chief was talking about. We're going to need the ability to drive outcomes. We've got a strategic plan in place that aligns to a lot of the things that were mentioned here, things like affordable housing and things that are unique to EBOR, like maintaining our historic landmark district status. So those items are going to need execution. So whoever steps into this role is going to need to work with city staff and work with us to make sure that we are a board of action and that we're driving change in Ybor City along the lines of what the community asked for. So that's my comments. Thank you very much for inviting us to this workshop.
Thank you. Next, please.
Joe Robinson. Let me just say this. Don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. And if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I think the city's giving you an alternative. To go forward with what you say, Mr. Carson, is Republicanish. That's a Republican move. That is not a move for the people. Listen, in West Tampa, we ain't got all these problems. You know why? Because we have a unique setup. The people sit on our CAC committee of neighborhood group representatives, not some individual that may have a personal kickback or something going on. If there's going to be a grand jury, and I know all about the Miami grand jury, I had something to do with it, because we were going to have one in Tampa, but they decided to go to Miami. Okay, because I'm the #1 person on public corruption around there, right, Charlie? Now, the bottom line is this. I think the city's giving you a good approach.
The last time you were wrong, I made a mistake.
There you go. The thing about it is that all of the stuff we heard here today is great. We have a strategic plan. We cover all. If you look at the West Tampa matrix, we got an X on everything up there, except for something dealing with Channel Side. Okay, it's an X up there because we thought it out. It came from the community. Our plan came from the community after 3 years. I've been doing this for 40, 50 years in West Tampa. That's the difference. It's the people you have on the CRA committees that drives it. If you got sorry people, you're going to get a sorry result. You're dealing with a professional engineer sitting on there. We got another engineer sitting on ours. We got other people in the community that are experts in their area. That's the difference, and we don't charge anything. We don't get no salary like city council do. It's all free, free. And you know what engineers cost? We're different. West Tampa's got a good model. You might want to revamp East Tampa and look at our model. The way we're set up with neighborhood group representatives, not just individuals. We got 3 at-large people that aren't on any organization. The organizations will be there. Joe Robinson will come and go. But the West Tampa CDC will be there. Organizations will always have foot at the table. That's your problem. That's what creates all of this mess. And if anybody's going to put anybody in jail, it's going to be me. So bottom line is that tweak your outsource agreement. It has not been tweaked since Linda Saul tried to tweak it. That's when this originally came up. Tweak the outsource agreement. Do what you're saying about the city saying. Put a person dedicated just for the CRAs and have another person affected that event. Makes much sense. All this trying to be individual, have your own thing will not work. Will not work. Okay? If it ain't broke, I'm getting like Charlie now. Don't fix it. Okay? You know, tweak it. You know what I'm saying? But to just try to go all wholesale, you're going to get into legal problems. You're going to have me over here, the FBI, and everything else horsing around with what we already got. Tweak it. Don't destroy it or get rid of it. Tweak it. That's all I tell you, man.
Next, please.
Mr. Chairman, Council, Mr. Chair, Mr. Chair, Council / CRA board members. My name is Victor DeMaio, 4925 Independence Parkway, Suite 195. I'm here again representing Mrs. Malka in her CRA project dilemma that she's dealing with. I'm here to support the CRA. The CRA is the intent of the CRA is great. The problem is how you implement it. And the problem I have here is everybody's wondering about how wonderful the CRA is working, but the problem you have is the people, and Andrea is a great person. I've known her for many decades. She doesn't work for you. She works for the mayor. All these CRA managers work for the mayor. Mr. McDonough worked for the mayor, as his successor, Mr. Bennett, works for the mayor. They do not work for you. And herein lies the inherent problem. If push comes to shove and they have to make a decision, they're going to say, I work for the mayor. Rick Fernandez at the Tampa Heights told me, let's see if we can expand the CRA, because that CRA, which should be the old police station CRA, was the smallest CRA in the city. We went to Mr. Rosner and said, we can't, I have to check with the mayor. I said, you don't work for the mayor, you work for the CRA. And therein lies the problem. The same thing is happening with us now. Mr. Rosner has worked diligently to lobby against our project. We went to the Dampen Downtown Partnership a couple days ago, and they said before we had gotten there, Mr. Rosner had called them lobbying against our project. I tried for weeks now to get the list, and this is what I'm trying to tell you. You don't realize that the people who are appointed by you to the CRAs, I went to the clerk's office, they have no records of those people who've been appointed. They're controlled by the managers. The managers control who the appointees are. They can control the information that comes out. That should be available to all the public transparently, that we can go to the clerk's office to get whoever applied for those appointments that you appoint, and the record should be there. The list of where the meetings are held is downstairs on a bulletin board underneath the staircase. There should be a central location where all the CRA information should go on the website, not just the downtown, but West Tampa, Tampa Heights, East Tampa. All those should be, all the meeting locations, all the agendas, all that stuff, so forth. What I'm trying to explain to you is that we actually went to Mr. Rosner, who's been working against our project, told us at the last meeting to me and Malka that he had talked 3 times to her attorney, and I asked the attorney, did he meet? And the reason I'm in this mess today is because we were never notified of the 3 meetings that took place for that park project. And according to that letter you have in front of you, her attorney was never contacted. So somebody's lying here, and I really think it's Mr. Rosner, because Mr. Rosner never told us about the 3 meetings that park project took place at. And that's why I'm asking you for a motion to please tell him.
Thank you very much.
All right, Malcolm.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, City Councilman. My name is Malka Isaac, and I'm here in front of you again. And just when we left last time, we thought we were going to meet with the park employees and try to compromise and come back with you with some suggestion. I've had a very difficult time with Mr. Rosner, had to beg him. He gave us 2 appointments for meetings and canceled them twice, and finally I couldn't get a meeting, and then Mr. Ruggiero, maybe Mr. Rosner is answering to him, from the city of Tampa, said that such a meeting was not necessary. So as I'm standing here today, I still have not had an opportunity to meet with the city employees of the city of Tampa. All of them are working against me. So if the CRA is to increase the value of property, they are diminishing the value of my property. I'm getting a very hard time from all the employees of the city of Tampa, except Mr. Bennett, that I have to say I spoke with him this morning. He was very nice and very cooperative and promised to help me out. But you have to know that working with the employees of the city of Tampa is very difficult for a person like me, and you have to have the ability to terminate the person that is in charge of the CRA because it's not working. I've had a very unpleasant experience, and I'm asking you to help and maybe to have some decision or emotion that they will be obligated to meet with us and try to compromise so we can come back to you in December with the compromise. Thank you very much.
Is there any other public comment? Councilman Goods.
Mr. Roger?
Yes, sir.
I know at the last CRA meeting, this topic came up, and I thought we were going to try to make a compromise with everyone involved to see how we were going to work this out if possible. Now, has that occurred at all?
Yes, they have been invited to come to the CAC meeting on November 5th, and they are an agenda item where they'll be able to present their plan to the CAC members, and all the public is involved and included in that. And they did make a presentation to Drana, and Drana had made a letter to the council, which you've received, and they've been receiving. The decision for the change of the meeting, again, was as she characterized it. We wanted to see for the next CAC meeting, which is in November. There's still time between November and December to do that. So we wanted to get all the input we could before we sat down and started the whole compromise process, because we wanted to hear all points of view before getting into the details.
So they've been notified of this meeting to try to sit down with everybody?
And they've
all
acknowledged
parties?
that meeting, and they know that it's coming.
Because Drana did, they did come and see me last week, and I guess they didn't know how their CAC board is supposed to operate or work, or how the CRA works. And I had my office give them a copy of the bylaws of the CRA so they can understand what their rights and so forth as a CEC board, because they're saying that they did not know how to operate, or it seems like us versus them versus the city, and not getting cooperation. So I made sure my office gave them a copy of how CACs and what their duties and responsibilities are. So they do have a copy of it, but I'm hoping that everyone involved in this process, before it even gets to us on the 14th, that we can resolve this and make sure we've got some communication with the actual property owner down there.
Right. No, we were meant to come back in December 12th, so we had time between the November, and that's why when you asked when it was, say give me the extra month so we can address our CAC, because we had already met for the month, and it was short notice. So now with the CAC giving, comment, and they can give the presentation, they're going to be given as a priority item, as the first item on the agenda. And they'll have 20 to 30 minutes to present their plan and to discuss it with the CAC members, and we'll take a vote on it.
And that's the November 5th
November
meeting.
5th, 5:30, TMOB, second floor, executive office.
Thank you, sir.
Executive conference room. Anything else?
Councilman Miranda.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I recall, there were so many things that happened that day, and I'm talking about specifically about Mr. Rosner, Mr. DeMaio, Ms. Isaac, and Mr. McIntyre. It was set on different days. I recall that, and I think you just certified that in what your statement was. However, I would imagine that they're going to bring in not drawings, but plans, because they said they had intended for a long time to build a restaurant there, and I'm not speaking exactly what they said, but this was a gist, if I remember. So I would imagine when they come to you, they're going to have the plans, architecture design with a stamp on it, and said this is what we're going to present. I don't know, but I would imagine that's what they want, that's going to present.
All right, in my communications with Mr. DeMaio, I'd sent him an email over the weekend right afterwards, and invited him to that meeting, and I asked him for copies of the plans that he presented to you.
And you and I have never spoken on this, and I haven't spoken to either side, that side or this side or the third side.
No, and I'm just giving you history.
I understand. I don't need to know no more. I don't even want to know anymore.
Okay.
The less I know, the better off I am right now.
Okay.
Until they have the planned meeting. Thank you.
All right. Any other questions?
Councilman Dingfelder.
Thank you. Mr. Rosner, were you, it appears in looking at this email chain, you were supposed to have a meeting with Victor and his client, and that you had to reschedule it. That was on the 17th. Please accept our apologies having to reschedule today's meeting. Has that meeting been rescheduled?
No, it hasn't. And in speaking, Sal O'Hara wasn't able to come to the meeting that day because there was an emergency with the city and he had to be elsewhere. So we asked to reschedule. And
I'm sorry?
Then he asked us to reschedule since he's the administrator in charge.
So has that meeting been rescheduled?
It has not yet.
Okay, so that was more than 10 days ago.
Approximately, I don't know the exact amount of days, but.
And this body respectfully asked that the administration, including you, the Parks Department, I guess Sal is, temporarily in charge of Parks?
Correct.
Meet with these folks. As Mr. Goods pointed out, Looks like it was well-intended and heading on its way. Y'all canceled it and hasn't been rescheduled.
Wasn't my intention to cancel
Well,
that. It was-
I know, but you're here,
Yeah, I know.
so maybe you can reschedule it?
We'll do that. We'll reschedule it.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
It's my understanding from conversation you and I had as I was wandering, Mr. Citro, that we had, and I asked the question, I said, who's involved in this design? And you said, well, it was Parks Design. That would be Mr. Dial, Mr. Suter, and
Ms. Price.
right, Carla. So I would urge them to also participate in this meeting to see if some compromise can be worked out. So that's it's not my place to tell them what to do, but it's my place to urge them to do that. Thank you.
We'll do that. Thank you. Any questions?
No. We're good. And is there anybody else who would like to speak during public comment? Okay, let's go to information reports and new business, starting with Councilman Dingfelder.
Mr. Chairman, in regard to Massey Park and this issue, do we have a date certain, and Rob, maybe you can help me out, do we have a date certain that this is coming back to the CRA for further discussion?
Yes, you voted to have me come back on December 12th and give a report.
Okay.
That was your motion, and that's what we were planning to do.
All right.
I thought it was it the 12th? I thought it was the 14th of November. 12th?
No, December 12th is what was in the motion.
All right, and I'm okay with that. That will give you time to.
Yeah, because we knew we were going to need to meet for the CAC in November, and that would have been too short because we would have had to get that done and then back on and on to the SIRE Council.
Right.
So that's why we knew we need a little extra time.
There's been an allegation that you've been running around trying to undermine this particular proposal by this adjacent landowner. I don't want to, as Charlie said, I don't want to get into the details of litigating that fact. I just hope it's not true. So that's my only comment. But I look forward to hearing everybody's objective analysis of this proposal in December, so I don't need to do a motion there. I am curious, Mr. Chairman, Ms. Zellman spoke a couple hours ago about the possibility of getting Attorney General opinion on that workforce development issue. Mr. Carlson, I think you'd probably find that extremely important because if we're not allowed to do it or if it's not called out for in the statute, I think we need to be careful about where that leaves us. It doesn't cost us anything to get an Attorney General opinion. I'm not going to make a motion that we get one, but I would like a report back at our next CRA meeting in terms of the possibility of us seeking an Attorney General opinion on that workforce development issue.
And if I may, I would just caution you, asking for an Attorney General opinion is one of those, you don't necessarily want to ask the question if you don't know.
That's the Pandora's
because it
box.
makes statewide law then, first of all, but second of all, as I think I said, perhaps not that articulately, you can't really go to the Attorney General with a very generic question. It needs to be addressed to a specific circumstance. For instance, if someone had a particular economic development or workforce development project in mind, had the question, I couldn't give you an answer, then I would suggest
well, let me
we
restate
go.
it.
But
Let
again,
me
we want to
restate
be
it.
careful
Yeah,
asking.
I hear you on all your points, and they're well taken. Let me restate it then. My motion would be that we ask the legal department, I won't rush you, let's say by our December meeting, to come back with us with a memorandum, let's say a legal memorandum on this question of workforce development and our ability to participate in workforce development as a CRA. Is that fair?
Do we really need a motion for that? And Ms.
Yeah,
Selman, can you provide us that information without a motion?
Yeah, but it helps to have it on there.
Okay. Do I hear a second?
Discussion.
Yeah, Councilman Goods.
Maybe I missed that part because I was out for when you talking about this workforce development. But isn't economic development a part of that when you're hiring in the CRAs? Isn't that a part of workforce development?
what the distinction that we made, Councilman Goods, while you were gone, is we were talking about what TIF funds can be spent on. And the statute is very specific about what they can be spent on. And they don't, nowhere in the statute does it mention pure, unadulterated workforce development. Obviously, if it's something tied to a redevelopment project, it can have a workforce development component, but we were talking about whether you could use TIP funds for a standalone, for instance, boot camp session on how to interview for jobs. Right now, I don't believe the statute contemplates the use of TIF funds for that, but I'm happy to research that question further and come back to you in December on that.
Councilman Carlson.
And you and I talked, Ms. Zellman, you and I talked offline about other services, like, so I wonder if we could if I could do a friendly amendment just to expand it to the definition of services that we could provide. An example is that 163 mentions health, so I presume that a health clinic would be approved because it's a building, but can you provide health services? Or transportation is approved, but bicycle training, is that approved or not? So, what are the service parameters? And St. Pete said that they figured out a way to add social services. So if you wouldn't mind just giving us some guidance on that, that'd be great. Thank you. All right, Mr. Dingfeld, are you okay with a friendly amendment just to add social services?
Sure. That's yes?
Yes.
Okay, I have a motion made by Councilman Dingfelder, seconded by Councilman Carlson. All in favor say aye. 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 All opposed? Motion passes.
Just I don't know if this probably doesn't require a motion, but just a comment to Michelle. Michelle, when you gave us your presentation, you included a current revenue of $25 million, and was the $7 million of the county included in the $25 million?
No, that's broken out by taxing
separate.
jurisdiction.
And then I guess what I'd like to see down the road at the next relevant presentation, when we talk about money like that, is I don't know if have we done any projections in terms of seeing, it's 25 million today, where it is next year and the next 5 years and that sort of thing. I'd be curious about that, but I won't bother with a motion.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good meeting.
Thank you. Councilman Goose. Councilman Maniscalco.
Real quick, so what is the status, Mr. Rosner, of Herman Massey Park? Is anything happening between now and December? What?
That's okay, you got it.
No, you have a report coming back in December to
Correct.
us, correct? Is anything happening between now and that report, or no?
No, they were finishing up the 90%, and we have a comment period that we have, and we are proceeding with doing those comments. Well, that would be part of this comment period. We'd obviously have time to do it between 90 and 100%, and so we're considering that. Now, things that don't need to be held up are like, utility coordination with TICO and some of the other ones that doesn't matter what the shape of the park is, those things still have to be done. Those things are still going, but proceeding on the elements of the park, no. Those are waiting for these comments, knowing this has come up. So
Okay, thank you.
our 100% will now be pushed out.
All right.
Councilman Miranda. I'm sorry, read that, Councilman Maniscalco. Okay, Councilman Carlson. And nothing for me.
Second.
Motion to receive and file, second by Councilman Maniscalco, seconded by Councilman Miranda. All in favor? We are adjourned. Let's eat. Thank you all for being here today.